the immediate past Council Secretary, ZIMBA Town Council, now in Sesheke.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members.
Sesheke, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Hamajili Annette, Director Planning.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Committee. My name is Martin Lubasri Ndunda, Director of Finance.
We can get your name again?
Martin Lubasri Ndunda, ZIMBA Town Council, Director of Finance.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Arabel Mwanza. I'm acting Chief Procurement Officer.
Thank you. What's your name?
Arabel Mwanza. I'm seated with my father.
I hope that does not compromise. What a coincidence. With your sister. Oh, good. Okay, we can have there.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee and permanent witnesses. I am Chumuka Tembo, Internal Auditor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members of this committee. I am Wangani Muzumara, Council Advocate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members of this committee. My name is Marian Mutale Chiposa. I'm the accountant for ZIMBA Town Council.
Thank you. We are done. Permanent witnesses.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members of Parliament. Good afternoon, ZIMBA Town Council. My name is Sia Brenda Mdenda from Minister of Finance, Accountant General's Office. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members and ZIMBA Town Council. Good afternoon. My name is Katulwende Matthews from the Office of the Controller of Internal Audit, Minister of Finance and National Planning. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, ZIMBA. My name is Barnabas Chindima, Senior Monitoring and Evaluation Officer at the Local Government Service Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members of your committee. ZIMBA Town Council, you're welcome. I'm Kazinga Kennedy from Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. I submit, Chair. AG's office.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. Good afternoon, ZIMBA Town Council. My name is Martin Nguni, Assistant Director, Southern Province, Office of the Auditor General. I'm accompanied by two officers who will introduce themselves. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members of this committee. CS and your team, good afternoon. My name is Kerin Jinyamahama Jata, Principal Auditor, Southern Province, Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Simon Munyama from the Planning and Research Department, Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you, Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of this committee. Our witness, you're welcome. My name is Beverly Nzala from the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, our permanent witness, and good afternoon, ZIMBA Town Council. You're welcome. Siwa Leandri is my name from the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member for Mangango.
Chair, thank you very much. Good afternoon to you. ZIMBA Town Council, good afternoon to you too. Just feel free, you are before your committee. Our permanent witnesses, good afternoon as well. I'm Mwene Luhamba, Member of Parliament for Mangango. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member for Dundumwazi.
Chair, I'm very grateful. Good afternoon, ZIMBA Town Council. I'm Honorable Dr. Singombe, your neighbor in Dundumwezi, Kalomo. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable member for Mufumbwe.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. And good afternoon, ZIMBA Council. You're welcome to your committee. My name is Eriot Kamondo. I'm Member of Parliament from Mufumbwe constituency in Northwestern Province.
Honorable member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you, Chair. And ZIMBA, you are most welcome to your committee on local government accounts. I'm Honorable Dr. Aaron Mwanza, Member of Parliament for Kaumbwe constituency in Petoke District of the Eastern Province. Thank you.
Once again, afternoon and welcome.
My name is Mishek Mtetwa Nyambose. I represent the good people of Chasefu constituency in Eastern Province, and also I'm privileged to chair your committee. Be calm, share with your committee and the people of Zimba how you accounted for the 2024 enhanced CDF. You are also asked to submit any additional information if you have forgotten besides what we have. We kindly ask that if you have any information, any one of you think is of use in the course of our interaction, please, you have the peace to share with us. If not, take us through your report.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have an addendum, Chair, which I wish to submit. And the addendum, Chair, is in line with action taken on item 1 of implementation of community projects. Chair, with your permission, allow me maybe to give Secretariat. Yes, Chair. Thank you. Then, Chair, on just wanted to make a very an adjustment on Appendix A on the letter dated 6th March. On the letter dated 6th March, Chair, the last paragraph, which reads as follows, with your permission, Chair.
That's hold on, so that we are on the same page. The last page?
The last page, Chair. The last page on Appendix A. The last paragraph, okay. Chair, which reads, management therefore advises your committee to reapply for additional funding under the 2026, should be 2026 CDF, okay. Not 2027, 2020. Chair, I submit. With your permission, I will do my submission, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, on specific audit findings, we have implementation of community projects, cause of query, Chair. The local authority acknowledges the auditor's findings on the delayed completion of the drilling of the borehole at Chundwe. The drilling of the borehole at Chundwe site had not been completed because the 2 attempts made to drill the borehole resulted into a dry borehole. Action taken, Chair. The local authority wishes to inform the committee that after the 2 attempts resulted into dry boreholes, it had to explore an alternative solution to the provision of water to the Chundwe community, and therefore engaged SWASCO to help in assessing the viability of tapping water from the nearest water point. An assessment was conducted by SWASCO and management on the possibility of sourcing water from the nearest school. However, the costs of the new proposal was, however, overallocated the budget. The cost for the new proposal, after the assessment was submitted to the Constituency Development Fund Committee, unfortunately, the proposal was not approved and funded. Thus, management, through the District Tender Committee, is resorting to engage another contractor with the remaining balance since the earlier contract expired. Chair, this submission is being done with the addendum that we have also submitted for your attention. Then, Chair, under Mlamfu, the local authority acknowledges the auditor's findings on the delayed distribution of the gasoline water pumps to the beneficiaries was as a result of failure by the ward development committees submitting names of the beneficiary clubs. Action taken, Chair. The local authority wishes to inform the committee that as at 25 April 2025, the 20 gasoline water pumps were delivered to Mlamfu for irrigation. Luyaba Water Supply Recirculation System 10,000 litre tanks. Chair, cause of query. The local authority acknowledges the auditor's findings on the delayed completion of the drilling of the bore at Sioni village in the Luyaba ward. the drilling of the borehole at Luyaba site had not been completed because all attempts made to drill the borehole resulted into a dry borehole. Action taken, Chair. The local authority wishes to inform the committee that as of 16th May 2025, the borehole was successfully drilled, equipped, and handed over to the community. Chair, see Appendix A for the Chundwe borehole report, the Mlamfu gasoline pump handover report, Luyaba borehole report, and the CDFC minutes are appended A. Remedial measures, the local authority to ensure that all projects are implemented in the period under review, to ensure that communities are serviced as required. Management is also making efforts to bring partners on board to help resolve the water crisis in the district by conducting hydrological mapping to determine suitability of identified sites. Cross-cutting issues, Appendix A, budget and funding. Cause of query. The query is as a result of the Council's failure to receive the whole approved 2024 CDF funds. Action taken, the Council made requests for the variance at the Ministry, and the Ministry responded that it will fund in 2 phases. Chair referred to Appendix B, which management wrote a letter for balance, and also attached, Chair, is a circular number MLGRD, as indicated there, Chair. Remedial measures, the Council will continue to engage the Ministry until the variance is sent. Appendix 1.1, retained funds. Cause of query, management acknowledges the auditor's findings and wishes to state that the retained funds were deductions for the ambulance and the chief retainer's motorbike amounting to 2,920,000. The motorbikes have not been received despite funds being deducted. Action taken, Chair. Management has collected the motorbikes and have since been received. Chair, see Appendix C for goods received notes and pictures. Remedial measures, management will continue to make follow-ups on assets that are centrally procured by the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development for custody, receipt, and documentation. Total unspent funds, Appendix 2.1, community projects. Cause of query, management acknowledges the auditor's findings and wish to state that the total unspent funds amounts to 3,987,685 kwacha, was due to late receipt of CDF funds that were received in December 2024. Action taken. Management wishes to inform the committee that the funds amounting to 3,987,685 kwacha have since been spent on community projects. Chair, refer to Appendix D for ledger and the payment vouchers. Remedial measure taken. Management to ensure funds are spent in the financial year under review. Appendix 2.2, total unspent funds, empowerment grants. Cause of query, the local authority wishes to acknowledge the auditor's observation on the unspent funds, the sum of 15,526 as of 31st December 2024, and wish to state that at the time of audit, the beneficiary's account was still inactive, hence the transaction could not be processed. Action taken, Chair. The local authority wish to inform the committee that on 7th January 2025, Simalunga Women's Club was paid the grant amounting to 15,226 kwacha. Chair, refer to Appendix E of the payment voucher. Remedial measure, the local authority will continue to sensitize the community on empowerment grants and encourage the beneficiaries to ensure that their bank accounts are active to avoid bounced payments. The local authority will request for updated bank statements from all grant beneficiaries well in advance before any disbursements of funds are done. Appendix 2.3, total unspent funds, secondary, boarding, and skills development. Cause of query, the local authority wishes to acknowledge the auditor's observation on the unspent sum of 2,165,907, for bursaries and wish to state that the unspent funds were due to invoices and demand notices not yet issued by most learning institutions. Action taken. The local authority wished to inform the committee that funds amounting to 2,165,907 was spent on secondary and skills bursaries that had not yet sent the demand and invoices at the time of audit. Chair, see Appendix F for ledgers and payment vouchers. Remedial measures. The local authority will continue to engage the learning institutions and send invoices on time to facilitate payments. The local authority will continue to sensitize the communities on secondary and skills bursaries and provide a platform for TVETA affiliated institutions to advertise and recruit learners. Appendix 2.4, Chair, total unspent funds, loans, cause of the query. Chair, the local authority acknowledges auditor's observation on the unspent funds amounting to 989,601 Tengwe. This was as a result of funds from loan repayments and interest accrued at the time of audit. Action taken. The local authority wishes to inform the committee that as at 17th October 2025, a total sum of 3,541,852.71 Ingwe was paid out as loans to applicants. The figure includes the sum of 989,601 Tengwe from loan recoveries and the balance of 2,555,250 kwacha 81 Ingwe for 2025 allocation. Chair, see Appendix G for the payment vouchers. Remedial measures taken. The local authority will ensure that loans are disbursed in the financial year under review. Total unspent funds, administrative costs, cause of query. Management acknowledges the auditor's findings on the negative unspent funds under administrative costs. This was a result of extra activities such as training, branding and servicing of project monitoring vehicle, and interviews for earth-moving equipment operators. Chair, this matter was recommended for closure. See Appendix H, extracts of the Auditor General's status report. Community projects. Work in progress, cause of query. Under NACOA Maternity Annex, management acknowledges the auditor's findings on the delayed completion of NACOA Maternity Annex, which was a result of the contractor abandoning the project, as well as the contractor's inconsistency in executing the works. Action taken. Management wishes to inform the committee that the project is complete, commissioned, and handed over to the community. Kamkaze Maternity Annex. Management acknowledges the auditor's findings on the delayed completion of Kamikaze Maternity Annex, which was as a result of the contractor's delay to mobilize due to the bad road network in the rainy season. Management action taken. Management wishes to inform the committee that the project is complete, commissioned, and handed over to the community. Chunde Boho Chair, that is the first one that I'd already explained, together with the Molamfu and the Luyaba Siuni clinics. So the same Appendix A, Chair, is also relevant to the matters that are captioned in that table. Chair, outstanding projects. Chundwe, I think that's the same one, Chair. Allow me to move to page 13, Chair, because I'll be repeating. It's the same matter. Youth and Women Empowerment Grants Performance. Cause of the query. The local authority wishes to acknowledge the auditor's observation on the Youth and Women Empowerment Grant Performance Analysis. The low approval rate of 17% is as a result of the comparison of the number of empowerment grant applications and the number of approved applications due to the budget constraints. Action taken. The local authority wishes to submit that out of a total of 191 applicants, 75 applicants were approved for payments. Chair, see Appendix J, which is approved list of 2024 empowerment grants and beneficiaries. Remedial measures, Chair. The local authority will continue to sensitize the community on empowerment grants and encourage the beneficiaries to ensure their bank accounts are active to avoid bounce payments. Before disbursement, the local authority will request for updated bank statements for all grant beneficiaries. Chair, Appendix 7.2, failure to recover loans. The local cause of query. The local authority wishes to acknowledge the auditor's observation on the failure to recover loans amounting to 2,104,619 kwacha. Failure to recover loans was as a result of poor response from the beneficiaries who obtained loans and were non-compliant. Action taken. Chair, the local authority wished to inform the committee that the local authority issued demand letters to all defaulters. Commitment forms were signed by defaulters and engagement meetings held. Final demand letters have been issued. The local authority has since collected 631,578 kwacha. Chair, refer to Appendix K, the bank statement report on financial literacy training, commitment form signed by defaulters. Remedial measures. Chair, the local authority will intensify on following the outstanding balances and continue engaging the loan defaulters. Management will further take legal action against those defaulters who fail to pay and continue to engage the defaulters with a view of amicably resolving the matter. Appendix A, beneficiaries' poor performance. Cause of query. The local authority wishes to acknowledge the auditor's observation on the number of graduates compared with the number of sponsored learners for the period 2023 to 2024. Action taken. The local authority wishes to inform the committee that the variance on skills development sponsored learners was as a result of the two who were returning learners for 2025. A total of 448 students were sponsored under secondary school, out of which 177 graduated in the year 2024. The balance of 271 were returning learners for 2025. Chair, refer to Appendix L, approved list of sponsored learners under skills development and secondary schools. Chair, I submit.
Thank you very much, Council Secretary, for that submission. Honorable members, it's time to interact, starting with the Mangango, then Dr. Mwanza.
Thank you very much, Chair. As Dr. Mwanza is still preparing because he's sitting next to his namesake, I think I can ask first, Chair. We start with page 7, Chair.
Page 7?
Yes. And Chair, unspent loans, unspent funds, about this is close to 1 million, Chair. 889,601 kwacha. I just want to find out whether during the year of audit 2024 there were no applicants in ZIMBA such that you could still keep this money even when there were repayments, Chair. These are the same monies that are supposed to be disbursed to other loan applicants. So I wanted just to find out whether there were no applicants in this particular year, 2024 that is. Okay, firstly. And then secondly, why you had to hold on to this money even when you knew that there was this sum in the account, denying the people of ZIMBA the opportunity to make investments in their businesses. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. CS.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that question. Chair, I'll refer that question to Director Planning to maybe just shed more light. And maybe later on the CS can also say a few words. Thank you, Chair.
Director Planning.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just as indicated on the action taken, Chair, indeed, we had loan applications for 2024 and a total sum of 3,541,852.71 was paid out to loan applicants. So I wish to mention that there were indeed loan applicants that benefited under 2024. Thank you, Chair.
So you are indicating that this money was paid out? Honorable Mwene?
Yes, Chair, but at the time of audit, it was found that 989 was still in the account. When we were audited, and that this amount was still found in your account, for you to say it was paid out, because this was 2024, and when auditors came, they found that this money was still there. When did you pay it out? And the Chair, I was looking at the time, because auditors, I think they came there around, was it October or so? Between August and December. So this money was still there. Yes, it was October. This money was still there in the account from January up to October. And that is my question. So why did you still keep it up to that long?
Okay, let's allow her to respond. You got the question? Director Planning.
Yes, Chair. We were audited around April 2025, Chair. However, we, as CDFC, we only got to meet around October, the fourth quarter of 2025, where these loan beneficiaries got to benefit.
That is the question. Why? You got these recoveries to the tune of over 800,000. You had to wait until October for you to give to those who were on the pending list. Why? Why did you take long?
Chair, the practice has been, we normally meet 4 times in a year, which is quarterly. So at the time of audit, CDFC hadn't yet sat to approve any applications, Chair.
Third quarter, when did you meet?
We met around, should be October, Chair.
Second quarter?
2025. That should have been around June.
Yeah, but why you had 800 by that time? Why didn't you release this money?
Chair, we wish to take note of that. However, going forward, Chair, will ensure that this money is spent.
Yeah, because it's worrying. You have the money sitting in the accounts, then you just decide that no, we are going to give it in the third quarter or fourth quarter, the last quarter of the year, and yet money is sitting there. The banks are using that money, and you have a pending list. There is no urgency on your side. Council Secretary.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have taken note of your wise Council Chair. We'll proceed to ensure that all the monies are expended on time so that our community members benefit from the funding, Chair. We've taken note, Chair.
Yes, you cannot keep such huge sums of money in the bank and waiting for the CDF to sit in a calendar meeting. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. And you asked first quarter, when didn't you sit before April? Or you sat after the audit? Because this money, Chair, from the look of things, it actually came in from maybe
by
November, December, January, February. So this money has been accumulating. And that's my worry, Chair, because this money is supposed to generate what? Interest. Okay? Others get it, they pay, it generates interest, and again others get it. So to keep it up to October, that's my worry, Chair, because people, they need to recapitalize their businesses, Others need to start up businesses to keep up their families on. This is the main intention of this particular money. That's why, Chair, we are worried as your committee.
We take note. Honorable Member for the Numwenzi.
Chair, I'm grateful.
On the same?
Yes.
Okay.
CS, I just wanted to know to what extent is the bank inconveniencing you with regards to disbursement of these loans? Do you find yourself in a situation where, as a local authority, you are ready to give out, but probably the bank is delaying to clear off? And if that is pertaining in ZIMBA, how many times have you engaged the bank to ensure that people are given the money almost immediately? Chair, I'm asking this question because in other jurisdictions, you have situations where a person applies for this loan for a seasonal business. For example, someone wants to go into grain trading, which probably comes around May, June, July. And then these approvals or these monies are given at the tail end of the year, maybe in the rain season. Don't you think, if it is true that the banks delay in clearing these names, it also affects the final beneficiaries, resulting to a number of people failing to pay on agreed terms that the bank and yourselves actually signed for?
Council Secretary.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that question. Chair, as a local authority, we always ensure that we enjoy mutual relationship with the financial institutions, notwithstanding the fact that we also are aware that these funds are timely. Any delay to the beneficiaries will affect their calendar of activities. So we've always ensured to engage the bank for timely disbursement of these funds, and where there are any challenges, my office and that of the Director of Finance have directly engaged the manager to ensure that the funds actually disbursed on time. So as a ZIMBA, we don't have that problem because the bank is actually housed at our office. ZIMBA is just within walking distance, and we've always ensured that the disbursements is actually done on time. Maybe, Chair, I can also ask Director of Finance just to speak to that, with your permission, Chair.
Director of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. As the Council Secretary has explained, there's that good mutual relationship with the bank. We don't have a challenge. Actually, when we usually have engagement meetings with stakeholders in terms of these beneficiaries, even the workers from the bank that are involved, so that they're part and parcel of the meeting and they see how much need is. So it's unfortunate that even what has accrued as 989 on the delayed is because of the quarterly meeting which usually take place. When we see it's about 500, 600 during the quarter we disperse. So it was just unfortunate during that under review there was that balance. But otherwise we pay on time, and once the funds are available in the accounts, the beneficiaries they receive on time. Thank you, Chair.
So is it the planner or the Council Secretary who determines the meeting? Because in some cases, in certain constituencies, you have money accruing like that. They will call a special meeting just to deal with the same. Because that's a concern that we have. These monies must reach the people. Now, is it the planner or the Council Secretary who decides to say, no, even if our meeting is done? Because there's a provision within the guidelines that you can have a special meeting, especially when you look at the monies that are accumulated. They are huge. You should have done that. Are you allowed to do that? If not, why didn't you do in this particular case? Planner. Yes.
Yeah, maybe tagging a question to our chairperson. I know ZIMBA, you only have one bank, if I'm not mistaken, and that is Indo-Zambia Bank. Maybe what I would want to find out, are you saying that the Indo-Zambia Bank in ZIMBA clears these names, or they do send them to their headquarters, like what is happening in other jurisdictions? Because I know other banks would not clear there, and then they would still send these names to their headquarters for clearance, and hence creating some degree of delayment in as far as the disbursement of these loans is concerned.
Thank you. Those two. The other one to the planner, the other one to the CS.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will invite my colleague, former CS, maybe to just say one or two words over that, and then the planner can pick the other question I submit, Chair.
Yes, former CS.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, this is attributed to the administrative challenges that we come across during the whole process. Indo-Zambia Bank, yes, it is the only bank in ZIMBA, and the experience is that when submissions are made, like in this case, the loans, among administrative stages, is that one is that the names that are submitted to the bank, they will have to be submitted to their headquarters here in Lusaka, where also they take their time to do due diligence. That is one. Then the other aspect is that when that is done, there is again the stage of having the bank to orient, Chair, to do some financial literacy orientation. That also dragged us a bit, I remember. And also the same beneficiaries, Chair, thereafter, it so happens that, and actually I think that is what happened, so happens that their account, again, to have their account valid at the bank, it also contributes to the dragged process and so forth. But Chair, I think this is noted, but then I still want to submit, Chair, that the funds to the beneficiaries in terms of loans were at the end paid. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, DPO, DP, what's your comment?
Thank you so much, Chair. In terms of the calendar, the practice has been that at the beginning of the year, we as Secretariat, together with CDFC, we get to meet and design or come up with the calendar of meetings. However, Chair, I wish to state that it was indeed unfortunate that we couldn't meet to attend to the pending issue on the loans. I submit.
As we wind up, before that, we have been joined by our humble servant. Introduce yourself.
Chair, grateful to you and good afternoon. Mutelo Mishek, your humble servant from Mitete constituency. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mwanza, as we wind up.
I take the committee to page 1.
Let's go to page 1.
Yes, the drilling of 2 mechanized boreholes in Chundwe, Luyava, and irrigation facility in Mulamfu under climate resilient project. This project was awarded to Violet Drilling and Water Solution to drill 2 boreholes, as well as supply of 20 gasoline water pumps at a contract sum of 970,200 kwacha, beginning 1st November 2024, ending 14th April 2025. The result I've read through that it has been challenges of groundwater resources in the Chundwe area, as well as the Siayuni. So Siayuni area, they managed to drill and equip, and we have evidence that the water scheme is operational. The first clarification I want to seek is at Chundwe, you looked for alternative sources of water, and the engineering department provided some solutions by connecting with the SWASCO, and you have since then written to the WDC for Chundwe area that they should consider to apply for this project in 2026. How far? Because for 2026, I think the budgets have already been approved, or you have already budgeted for this. Has that project gone through as a community project for Chundwe for 2026?
CS.
Thank you, Chair. Invite Director Engineering to respond to that question. Director Engineering.
Director Engineering.
Thank you very much, Chair. As for the application for 2026, the WDC did not apply for the additional sum for the proposed water treatment plant. However, they prioritized the construction of a rural health post. So for the application, it wasn't made, Chair.
So what happens when you realize it wasn't made? So it wasn't made. What did you advise? Because you have got to finish up with these works. Director Engineering.
Thank you, Chair. I think
you are the one who was there.
At that time, no, Chair.
Hello?
No, at that time, no.
You were not there?
Yes, Chair.
Or see him? Yes.
So this location was recently done. I think that is a month ago. So as the CDFC meets next meeting for the is it bursaries? Basically, that is something that we're going to table, Chair, because we're hoping maybe the application will come through and then it will be approved. Unfortunately, the application wasn't made. So this
how would you know that it will come? If it wasn't made last time, what's the assurance? What's the comfort that you have that it will come?
Chair, this is where now we also need to engage the WDC because we need to complete this project.
But why didn't you engage them earlier before you approved the 2026? That's a question. That's where we are leading to.
Yes, Chair. We had to write to them. That was last year. We wrote to them. That is the correction which CS was making. We did communicate to them. Unfortunately, they didn't respond positively. So we are saying in the next CDFC...
You wrote to the WDCs?
Yes.
These are the people you work with every day. Do you need to write to them? Is it different where you come from? Because WDCs under the planning department, you call them and you engage on so many occasions. You engage. You can even call them by phone. There's no network. You call them. There's this pending thing. Can you make an application so that we conclude this? So as we go for the meeting, we allocate monies to additional funds so that we can complete this. I don't know your style over there. Because these WDCs you work with every day. You want to write to them. They are part of the council now. They're just like councillors. Am I lying? Yes, is it not true?
Chair, you are very much correct. WDCs are an aperture of planning department. And Chair, maybe just to make an addition, the Rural Health Center that the WDC had actually applied through the 2026 CDF is meant to put up a rural health center. And then we also realized that in Chundwe, there's a problem of the water table. So the only alternative is maybe to get water at the nearest dam. So what we have thought of is a total package that once the rural health center is constructed, the WDC will be encouraged to apply for water from the dam so that the rural health center, the maternity annex chair, is actually supplied with water. So we're facing this approach in terms of the priority from the WDC, who had submitted that for 2026, or rather maybe look at the construction of a maternity annex, and then thereafter we'll do the water using the dam, which is the nearest chair.
Okay.
I submit, Chair.
Dr. Mwanza, last one.
The contract with the Violet Drilling now that you have suspended the implementation of one of the scope of works at Chundwe. What is the status of the contract with the Violet? Then I see that in this particular contract there was also procurement of 20 gasoline water pumps for irrigation accessories in the Mulamfu area. What criteria was used to give beneficiary clubs these water pumps? Because I believe that under community projects, you actually fund projects that benefit the whole community. But in this case, in this matter, the pumps were procured under community project vote and given to a beneficiary club, which we can see in Appendix A, in Appendix 1, isn't it?
I'm sure they can confirm.
Yes.
What criteria did you use to give those individual clubs?
Yes, and it was from planning department. Was that the right channel to utilize the fund under community projects, other than grant or loan?
Planner.
Chair, those were applications from those wards. So they came as applications. There was no criteria that was used.
Is it a grant?
But it was regarded as a project being given to the different clubs.
Council Secretary and the team, I would like to thank you. I think the observations are very clear. We need to up our game in the planning department. You have seen that you are the most active in this session. If those applications were coming from the clubs or cooperative or groups, they were supposed to apply in the window of grants. The query is, you're using community project. It has its own definition and issues there. You cannot use community projects to benefit in the small groups. They're supposed to benefit the entire community. So that was, if you really so wished that these groups should be assisted, which is a very good thing, you should not have used the community projects. So that was an omission, and even the entire group, the director engineering, the people in procurement, those who are involved, the auditors supposed to check, to say, I think we are missing the point here. The whole idea of empowering the people is okay, but the route you used was not a correct route. Then again, the issue of delay. Yes, we have seen the terrain in that area is not good. Generally, in that ward, you have challenges of getting water. And the initiative that you have come up with, the best to come up with connecting to the nearest dam. But it should be cost effective, and it should ensure that vandalism does not occur. So those are areas that you should focus on. The other areas This is, okay, yeah. Delayed completion of community projects due to contractor non-performance. I think we're talking about the boreholes. We have known the areas of challenges. Undertaking and approved budget effect planned activities, high level of unspent funds across several CDF components. Honorable Mwene highlighted a very important thing. You are keeping money in the account. That's why some of the councils, like yourselves, will start blaming the Ministry of Local Government that they're not releasing funds. Whilst they are seeing monies in the accounts, you are keeping that money. You can seek for authority from the PROGO for a special meeting, actually one special meeting to deal with the disbursement of grants, or of loans, I mean. It cannot be forted on you. If you see money you have collected enough, you can call for such a meeting, specifically to deal with the same, and get the approvals. Give the money the people of ZIMBA to benefit. The other areas, I think I've already spoken. Loan recoveries, improve on loan recoveries. That's an area. Don't just leave it to the bank. The councils are the ones who interface with these beneficiaries. Actually, it's the role of the council. That's why you have heard the president even thinking of, employing loan officers. Because I think it has been observed across that you are not doing very well. You as the planners, socio-economic planners, the rest of the people, directors of engineering, where these beneficiaries are. And you are supposed to pursue them. The bank is to receive the monies. We give them the list. The other important question, that is a general question, we need to table it to the Ministry of Local Government, is what Honorable Singombe brought out. Was the moment was saying that, I also reflected on my HSF. It's the same. Where you are dealing with the bank would take long to take the vetting or maybe due diligence at headquarters, who don't even know these people. So that is an issue beyond you as a council. But generally, this is a fair report, especially that the issues that were picked as specific audit findings are to deal with the borehole in those wards where you have had challenges of the water table. Whatever situation, there's a challenge. Apart from that, this is a very good performance, I should indicate. If you go this way, your government is very happy, this committee is very happy. Keep it up, work as a team. It's not about the council secretary, it's about all of you. Procurement, you should procure projects on time. Put them on EGP. We shall be monitoring the time the CDF committees make resolutions. They approve. You get an approval from the provincial office of the provincial local government officer, from the provincial local government office, from the time, council secretary, I want to urge you, look at that time. When do the procurement upload these projects on the EGP? You find it takes another 2 months. Then it will affect your calendar. Then auditors will be on your door. So procurement should upload or should ensure that these are put on the EGP as quickly as possible, so that if certain projects, there is what you call non-responsive bids, you quickly come back and do it again. But if you take long, that affects the timelines for the implementation of the project. Otherwise, ZIMBA, this is a very good report. Thank you very much. As a committee, we are very happy. You are not smiling. Yeah, you are doing well. This is the same committee. When others are saying we are not a good, we are very hard, others are doing very well, like yourselves. So we thank you, and if you continue this trajectory, your government is very happy. You are utilizing the enhanced CDF accordingly for the benefit of the people of ZIMBA. This is how we should move as a country. There's no one who can develop this country, it's ourselves, yourselves who are seated there. So thank you very much. DP, congratulations. Okay, the immunity is withdrawn. you can take leave. Wish you well as you go back to Zimba.
Parliament Television. We've just been watching the Committee on Local Government Accounts interacting with ZIMBA Town Council, and that local authority was led by Mr. Luinda Mwala, who is the Council Secretary from ZIMBA Town Council. And according to the committee's issues that were raised regarding the interaction that they had with ZIMBA Town Council, the committee reviewed the submission relating to the Auditor General's Constituency Development Fund for ZIMBA Town Council for the financial year ended 31st December 2024. Some of the issues that were raised by the committee is delayed completion of community projects due to contractor non-performance, and also underfunding of approved budgets affecting planned activities. And also some key areas that the council highlighted was to strengthen contractor supervision and enforcement, also improve financial planning and utilization of funds, enhance verification of beneficiaries, strengthening loan recovery systems, and the fifth one was also to improve adherence to approved allocation. So those are some of the concerns that the Committee on Local Government Accounts has raised. But all in all, ZIMBA Town Council has been praised for what the chairperson of that committee termed as a good report. So thank you so much to you, our viewers, who've been following through today's deliberation. We were broadcasting two local authorities. The first one was Sinazongwe Town Council, and we've concluded the day with ZIMBA Town Council. Remember, at 14:30, we'll have live parliamentary proceedings, and my two colleagues will be here just to share with you what was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, and also let you in on what will be considered on the floor of the House today based on today's order paper. My name is Paul Sentendove. On behalf of my two sign language interpreters, that's Jason Manda and Chola Kauma. Join us at 14:25 thereabout, just before we cross over to the chamber for today's live parliamentary proceedings. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Every democracy is anchored by its parliament. It is here that laws are made, governments are held to account, and the people's voice is given meaning. But behind every effective parliament lies something less visible: knowledge, skill, and institutional memory.
In Zambia, that foundation is being shaped by one institution, the Institute for Parliamentary Studies and Training, known as IPST.
For decades, parliamentary work in Zambia has grown more complex. Constitutional reforms, judicial oversight, international obligations, and rising public expectations have transformed what it means to serve in parliament.
The Institute has created a milestone. We used to have, knowledge of the parliament, which was fragmented on workshops based on what the donors would sponsor. But now we have our own, which is permanent, and this will be able, the institutional memory and all the knowledge and how MPs should learn about making laws and other issues. It's really a milestone.
The idea of IPST emerged from a simple but powerful insight that Parliament must train itself using its own traditions, precedents, and constitutional values.
The Institute was conceived as a strategic reform within the National Assembly, not an external academy, but a core parliamentary institution whose mandate is to formalize parliamentary learning, professional development, and research.
Building IPST is not about structures alone. It is about systems, content, and purpose.
The Institute has developed structured training pillars covering induction, legislative procedure, oversight representation, ethics, and parliamentary diplomacy. Every program is grounded in Zambia's constitution, standing orders, speakers' rulings, and parliamentary practice. This marks a shift from hard-work learning to continuous professional parliamentary education.
Institutions do not build themselves. They are shaped by leadership, vision, and commitment.
Under its leadership, IPST focuses on translating decades of parliamentary experience into structured learning. The goal is not only to train MPs and staff, but also to preserve institutional memory and strengthen constitutionalism.
Today, IPST is operational, visible, and impactful.
It supports the induction of new parliament, strengthen committee oversight, and enhancement of professional development for parliament staff. Beyond Zambia, the Institute is positioning itself as a regional hub, engaging with partners across Africa and the Commonwealth.
As Zambia prepares for future parliaments, the role of IPST becomes even more critical.
The Institute is expanding into innovation, research, and advanced parliamentary studies. Its vision is bold: to be a recognized center of excellency, not only in the SADC region, but the entire continent of Africa.
From an idea to an institution, from training to transformation, the IPST journey is a story of strengthening democracy from within.
Because when parliament is strong, democracy endures.
You are watching Parliament TV and radio. The program is Life After Parliament. Today's episode, I'll be speaking to Madam Angela Chifire. She's former Lwangen constituency member of Parliament. Now, Mrs. Angela Chifire did represent the constituency, Lwangen constituency in Eastern Province, as a member of Parliament under the Movement for Multi-Party Democracy, MMD. She has also served in various ministerial and deputy ministerial roles at different times. She has been Minister of Health, Deputy Minister for Youth, Sport and Child Development, and a Deputy Minister for Information and Broadcasting Services. Madam Chifire, welcome to Life After Parliament.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you after a long time.
Good to see you too after a long time. How has been life after leaving Parliament?
It's a different ball game, I can say, because you come from this very busy schedule, which doesn't allow you day and night, because you are supposed to be answerable to the constituents anytime they phone, to a relatively very quiet life, and it's you know, you somehow feel like something is missing.
Yeah, I see.
Until you realize, oh, it's because you are not in Parliament and you are not at the beck and call of the constituents now.
Sure. Yeah. Now, before we'll go into the nitty-gritty of the program, so probably for the sake of our listeners and viewers out there, who is Madam Angela Chifire?
I'm the third born in a family that was of 8 children. I had 8 siblings. 3 are gone now, and there's 5 of us remaining. My father is late. My mother is still around. She lives in Makeni, not here, but she's next to Gulam, where late Grey Zulu was. That's where she is. I started school at Chilenge B. Or first I should say I was born in Chilenge, in Lusaka.
Okay.
Most people have associated me with having been born in the village. And even now, because they don't see me, I'm hidden out there. Out here, they think maybe I'm in Chipata. I'm not in Chipata.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I have houses in Chipata, but I live here. And the time that I was in government, I lived here. Getting back to where I'm coming from, I was born in Chilenge. I can trace you to the houses where I moved from, born in this house, moved to here, moved to Libala, moved to Rhodes-Park. And I went to school at Kablonga Girls.
Mm-hmm.
After Kablonga Girls, I went to the University of Zambia, where I studied psychology, as opposed to people thinking that I am a journalist. I had never been to a journalism school. I'm a psychologist, and in terms of profession, I'm an HR practitioner.
Mm-hmm. I've
never done any of, the journalism courses. My being associated with journalism is that at the time I was with ZESCO, I joined ZESCO after university.
Mm-hmm.
The time when privatization started, ZESCO decided that since the president had said there were not going to be any sacred cows, if ZESCO was going to survive privatization, we needed to change the way we did business. And changing the way we did business was to say, from a public entity, which yes is a service organization, we needed to show the element of being commercial. And being commercial then entailed that we needed to treat the customers as a private company would treat them, in that you focus on the customers. Customers became your first priority. Productivity was first. Customer service was first. So in that arena, it also meant that we needed to have a face. You know, we needed to have a face-to-face encounter with the private, with the public, with the customer, and with anyone that came into ZESCO. And because of that, we meant that we also needed to have somebody that was going to speak for the company. And I think that is the opportunity I got, that I was made to be, I think I was the frontline person.
Okay.
If issues happened and the media needed to get to know what was going to happen, or we needed to explain to the public and the customers what was happening, I did that job. So that meant I needed to understand what ZESCO was. I needed to understand what was coming from the point of the customers. I needed to understand from all the technical people how best to explain a situation in terms of a customer and in terms of the technical impact a situation was having on the company.
Okay.
So that gave me everyday touch with the media. And because of that, people thought maybe I was from the media fraternity. I've never been.
Wow.
I am HR and I am a psychologist. And even the time that I went to do my MBA, I did it from the HR component.
Okay.
So I think that is one thing that I needed to put straight. I've tried to do it, but you know, most people will say, oh, she's a journalist. Let Mlongoti and the then publicity secretary, who was Henry Mutiti, phoned me and said, Angela, we know that you have moved out of ZESCO. What next? I said, what do you mean, what next? I'm here. I'm at Chilanga right now. I'm doing something. What do you want me to do? And they said, in our discussion, we said, no, we needed to fuse in a few women. Okay, some women now who have been to school or who have done, you know, something else apart from, you know, the dancing and cadarism to join the party. And I laughed. I was very skeptical because my association or seeing what women did in the party for me was dancing at the airport. And I said, me, to go and dance at the airport. And they told me, no, it's not about dancing. Now, this was around 2004 going to 2005. Then they said, no, just come, we have a meeting tomorrow. And that's how I went to this meeting. And they said, okay, fine. Right now, the provincial chairperson for women was on suspension, and we want you to act as provincial chairperson.
So for which province?
For Lusaka.
Oh, okay, okay.
And the provincial chairperson at the time was Rose Zimba, if you can recall the name. So I said, okay, fine. If it's at that position, then who am I to say no? So that was like my entry into that. And I became provincial chairperson for Lusaka. And I didn't even know then. And, you know, my political knowledge was so... Because I'd always looked down on politics anyway. For me, I was a professional. To think of politics, no, that wasn't, you know, part of it. So, the following, I mean, into 2005, the adoptions were coming. So that is when I learned that actually, you know, to get adopted, you needed to belong to a party, because at that time, this thing of being independent wasn't really there. So we went to State House for something, and President Mwanawasa was there. And then he sees me because, you know, I had interaction with politicians during my course of work at ZESCO. Then he says, Angela, you are here, you have left ZESCO. I said, yes, Your Excellency. Are you sure? I said, yes. Then he tells me, no, you see, this year, meaning this coming year, 2005, was it into 2006, he wanted to go for Nchwala. I was then the chairperson for Nchwala. Can you go and ask Nkosi whether I can come? I said, oh, fine. I drove to Chipata with the principal, Dr. Banda, Moses Banda then. I went, I said, Nkosi, a president atofuna kuza kunjwala. And he said, baleke nale aware, sir president. And I think that was Mwanawasa's first visit to Nchwala. Later in the year, the adoptions were called for, which I didn't even understand what they were. And everybody said, Angela, stand in Luangeni. And I did. I was adopted. And the next thing, I was MP for Luangeni, and I was appointed Minister of Health. So that was my entry into politics. I think it's one of those things you could say it was an accident, I should say.
You didn't anticipate?
No. It was nothing. It wasn't something I'd really planned for to get into politics. It was, I mean, politics was the lowest thing I ever thought of.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me bring you now to Parliament. Your first time being in the chamber, how was it?
Okay, maybe because I'd spent my time in the boardroom, I didn't really, it wasn't so much of, okay, I didn't go into this thing like, oh, what is this? It was like, okay, I'd seen an amphitheater having been in, at the university, and also, okay, the only thing is that when you are outside here, I think for most people, they think you get into the chamber and you can talk anyhow. They actually get into a shock to find that there are rules in there. You only talk when you're allowed, and you only talk for so much. And it's not like this thing, because I've heard people who say, no, that MP is not effective. We've never heard that MP talk. No, that minister that doesn't talk, and so on. It's because, you know, people have not really understood that as a minister in there, you only answer the questions that are posed by the other people, and you only answer as per guidance given by the people that actually prepare the answers, and only the supplementary questions are the ones that you apply knowledge of what the question was, you know, was like, and not, you know, just that you can get in there. You know, it's like being at the market where this one says this, you answer that, and so on and so forth. I think that is something that shocks you when you get into there, and that is something that people should understand, that, you know, sometimes they blame people who are very innocent when they say, no, that person has never talked, that person doesn't talk. And, you know, the manner in which, you know, like now that we have social media, we have radios and so on, because anybody can ask questions there and say whatever it is. That is not what you do when you get into Parliament. It's a totally different ball game. So maybe on that aspect, that is what was the difference between my being in the boardroom and my getting into Parliament the first time.
Okay, what are some of the memorable moments that you still remember in the House?
One thing that I should admit is, and I think most parliamentarians agree to, is that, you know, the House removes stress from you, because you meet with different people, and just the atmosphere. If you are not going to be rigid and you treat everybody as a friend, regardless of party lines, you will enjoy your stay in the House. And, you know, there are people who are able to crack jokes, who say a lot of things. Even if you had, you know, you came back and you had such a stressful day, the minute you get into there, you know, the stress gets out of you. So I think that is one thing that I miss about, you know, about that place. It's a place that really, you know, it just made everything go away. You know, you have a headache, the headache goes off, and so on. I think that is, I still remember that, and maybe Also, at the time, we had the late speaker, what was his name now? The one we buried, was it last year? Mwanamwambwa. He was one very composed person. It took a lot to make him, you'd see that he wants to laugh, he wants to smile, but he was a very reserved person. And when you saw him do that, then you knew everybody would just laugh because, it meant that thing was beyond, whatever situation you were in, you wouldn't be able not to laugh with the house.
Okay, now let's look at Lwangeni constituency. Do you have some projects that you can point at that you really initiated at the time you served as Member of Parliament?
I think plenty, because when I moved into Lwangeni is very near Chipata Central, yet very far, or was very far in terms of development. And, also, most of the people were not people that were able to get into, say, Chipata to be able to see what is happening and so on. Their lives were in Lwangeni. You found that, fortunately, because my father was very attached to, say, the village, when he moved to Lusaka, most people who came from Chipata, from the village, regardless of whether they were our direct relatives or not, I think our house was the focal point. So they would come to our house to look for their relatives wherever they were. So I learned to understand the village. I learned to understand the villagers. And, the times that I would move to go to the village, it made it easier for me to have that rapport with the village life and so on. So I got into there. The dilapidation that was in Lwangeni would make you cry. I went to this school in Mtizwa. It was mud and poor, and the other children were under under a tree. And I said, what? This is, in 2006 was how many years after independence? Over 20 or whatever years. And I said, what? This is what is obtaining here. I almost shed tears. And I said, we have to build a school. It was a community, whatever, and that school is there now, Mtizwa. Then the distances, because I was in Ministry of Health at the time, and President Mwanawasa had said we needed to bring health facilities as near to the people as possible. There were very few health posts. So a number of health posts were done. There's one at Masauka, there's one at Kanyanga, there's one at, what is this? In so many words, we made sure that at least let one health post be done. And that made, people have access to medication, as opposed to what they had at the time was either they would go to Mwami, or they would go to Chipata General Hospital, or they would go to one other small facility. But in terms of health facilities, there was literally nothing. And people, if somebody went to Mwami, it's like you went to Mwami to die. If somebody said, no, via Kumwami, then people expected the worst. The next thing they would get out of that is that person had died. And then we had the issues of women that would have, a difficult birth. You see, one time as I was campaigning, I see this Scotch cat, and they stopped, and they were magnanimous enough. There were some people in there, and they said, Panama, Angela, Panama. And here's this pregnant woman in there, and I could see she was in pain, in labor, because she was moving on this bumpy road, and where they were and where they were going, Mwami Hospital was so far away. And All they needed was to greet me, and they said, no, tipeko na chitenje, tipaseko olwala. I had to get a campaign chitenge to give to that woman, you know, to get to the hospital. So indeed, at the time, facilities in Lwangeni were very, very poor. Schools were also, you know, you had very few schools apart, and the state that they were in were really, you know, dilapidated. So we got into that, and also that is when the utilization of CDF was understood. And people didn't know that CDF was actually existed. In a few instances where you know, they had gotten CDF, what would happen is that the members of CDF would actually share the money, and they would find the same job. If you are doing a culvert, you've done a culvert today, then the following year they would actually remove, because the culverts that they used to do had metal in them. They would go and remove the metal things to make drums, because the CDF money was coming, and they were going to redo the same thing. So you found that, you know, whatever jobs that were done were the same things over and over again. So there was a lot of having to, you know, educate people as to what CDF was, what CDF was supposed to do, and to show
And
them
how much were you
that-
getting at that time?
Hmm?
In terms of constituency development fund?
I think it was some ridiculous amount, like was it 6 million or thereabouts, and then you divide it throughout the 5 wards that were there at the time, and the little monies you'd have to say, okay, this goes to this goes to this. But because we're able to sit together and decide before going to the council on what projects were going to be done, people started appreciating what that CDF was going to be for, and that, you know, it somehow helped them in their lives. So I think within time, I think that brought understanding as to what was government money and what to do with it, and how best to safeguard money that wasn't, you know, theirs. So slowly, I think people appreciated the changes that were coming into the constituency, and I see that, you know, there's continuity. Lwangeni, from the time I left it, with whatever my other colleagues have done, I think it's not the same now.
All right. In case you've just joined us, this is Parliament TV and Radio, and the program is Life After Parliament. We get to speak to our former parliamentarians just to appreciate what they are up to, what they are doing. So in case you are also a former member of Parliament, feel free to contact Parliament Radio and TV, and of course we shall follow you wherever you are. And today I am privileged to speak to former Lwangeni Member of Parliament, Madam Angela Chifire. Madam, probably you can also share with us your how many ministries did you serve?
I was privileged to, I think, upon getting into, upon becoming MP, and I was appointed as Minister of Health, and later I moved to Minister of Youth, Sport, Youth and Child Development, as it was known then. And after that, when Mwanawasa died, we had Rupia Banda come in, and with Rupia Banda, I served as Deputy Minister for Information and Broadcasting.
Okay, and how did you exit Parliament? Is it by you were not adopted, you lost?
I was adopted. You know, MMD lost in 2011. I went out with the loss of MMD.
Okay.
Yes.
So before we come to your experience after leaving Parliament, probably maybe, what do you think, what are some of the roles of members of Parliament? I'm asking this question because maybe probably members of the general public out there, they don't understand the roles of member of Parliament. They expect members of Parliament to be buying them food. They expect members of Parliament to be assisting every time they have funerals. Were you also facing similar challenges at the time when you were a member of Parliament for Rwangan constituency?
You know, sometimes I wish that I could be given a chance to talk about this over and over, because I think the role of an MP has been totally misunderstood. When you become MP, even before you become MP, somehow I don't know how we have turned it that you become, if you are female, I don't know whether there's Mother Christmas, and you are male, you become Father Christmas, and Christmas is every day. Because immediately you show an interest to become MP, then everybody feels entitled that they should come to you with every request, and you should meet that request. When now you are MP, immediately you walk into the constituency. Anyone who is sick, when you go in, you have a meeting, like we are seated here. There would be 5, 6 people or something who would be, you know, the other people are all seated here, but they want to make their way to you here, regardless of what is happening. And the spokesperson of the person that has brought that one will tell you, MP, bapenkoni tufuna kia kuchipatala ni olwala aba. Bapasenkoni tipenkoni ya kuchipatala. And you are supposed to, immediately you are opening your bag, then somebody else also will come. So you get in there, you are meeting medical bills, you are meeting the funerals that are there, you are meeting, you know, all sorts of requests come to you. And somehow also there is this belief that there is a lot of money, or, you know, you get money from government for these particular requests. So you find that you dare not have your phone off at 4 a.m. or any time in the night. Somebody will phone you, kuno kuliolwalangako, we need help. You are supposed to assist. No, somebody has died. You are supposed to assist. And you are assisting you into the coffin, into the illness, into that, and so many things. So you find that we load these MPs with so much for so very little resources that they have. And that is what brings a situation where at the end of the term, you find that, you know, you could have used all the money that you had to be able to not to have acrimony within the constituency. You are assisting in that, and so on, and you have no money for yourself. And then you are hoping that, okay, if I stand this next time, maybe I'll be able to have a chance where I can have maybe this gratuity to myself. Then you'll find that, unfortunately, maybe you will not make it. Or if you do make it, you are going through the same cycle over and over again. So the myth that, you know, the MPs have money, or the people in government, the ministers have money, needs to be broken. People need to understand that the MP is there to be a channel of communication between them and the making of laws that is going to make a place a better place to live in. It's a very unfortunate thing. It happens so much, and that is why at the end of life of an MP, people tend to say, what is wrong with that person? because they think that you should have so much money and be able to carry out your life. When that life was a service, they will not understand that, you know, you can be wallowing in poverty because everybody believes you go there to make the money. So where do you make that money from? Even if you were going to make that money, but if that money was going to be given away every day, it means that, okay, it goes to service and you yourself will have nothing at the end of the day. I think, you know, it's something that really needs to be understood and explained. Unfortunately, it can be explained by the person who is serving at that time, because it will bring acrimony between the people he's serving and himself. It needs to be explained by a person who is outside. Like now, I think I'll be able to go to a constituency and say, please, this person, don't look at them like this. They also need this money. They also need this help. But their job is for you to be able to say, can you go and tell government that this is what we want here? Plan together so that this thing is able to improve everybody's life. Until you face these requests, most of the time we think politics is about that you can say anything. I think you need to be realistic. First of all, understand that you do not make promises, because government is such that, you know, if I want to make promises, I should make promises with money which is mine, which is in the bag, because with that I'll say, okay, I'll build you a school and I'll get that money and put it into a school. But this is government money which is budgeted for. It's a process that involves a lot of people. You sit down and say, okay, what is best for people here? What is best for people in that area? What is best for people here, there, and so on? And when you do that, then you decide on, okay, you match that with the resource envelope. So if you did that, then you'd have so many, you know, very few people that would go out there and start promising. Because even now I hear people, they get onto the radio that, no, what are you going to do for that, for us? It's not me. I can only make those pronounces with my money. Money that doesn't belong to me is not for me to start promising. And also, I should be able to say, okay, guys, I have this little money, which, okay, maybe I can share with you. But don't make it that, you know, I have this money that I'm going to just, you know, give out to everybody as and when, you know, they demand of it. But it's something that we haven't done well. Yes.
Well, Honorable Chifira, as we are almost coming towards the end of this program, I just want to find out, how did you adjust from being a member of parliament, minister, to becoming a private citizen?
Okay, maybe in my case, the only thing that weighs me down is when I have nothing to do. For most people have gone into parliament from doing nothing. I went into parliament from being in the corporate world.
Okay.
Yeah, I went into there, being into the corporate world, and then when I got into there, my schedule was so busy in that I was a minister as well as an MP, so I had very little time in between. But when I came out of there, I was able, I continued because I was able to do the consultancy in HR, and also at some point I was, because of my church activities, I was at the deanery as vice chairperson for the deanery for Chilanga. It allowed me to be busy with the church women within the 6 parishes. And after that, I became the chairperson at ADA level. and this allowed me to move around. ADO Lusaka is like Lusaka province.
Okay.
Lusaka province has how many districts? 12 districts. So I was able to move around this. So in a way, it was like a continuation of politics. I mean, church is politics, and this is Catholic we are talking about. So I was able to mingle with the women, and you know, the sort of pressure you get is the same as the pressure you get when you are dealing with people in a constituency, or people or cadres and so on. I mean, cadres come from the churches, cadres come from all sorts of life, and that is exactly what the church also does. So I was able to do all that, and in the process, I didn't really have the empty gap, because even here, I wake up and I have to see that my goats are fine. I have the guinea fowls are okay, the chickens are fine, the vegetables are okay, and early morning, if you came early morning, the marketeers come here to get the vegetables there.
Wow.
So I'm able to, you know, you are able to hear what is happening from the marketeers. They will tell you what is happening while trying to, you know, talk you down on the vegetable price and so on and so forth. So that has really kept, it hasn't really created that very big gap, except that for a person that was boardroom oriented into cabinet and into the constituency and into parliament, I think what I miss is the regimented time. Now I create my own time.
Okay.
Yes.
And maybe coming to another question, how would you describe the lives of your fellow parliamentarians? There's been this cause to say probably maybe government should do something to former members of parliament.
I think what is unfortunate is that when you come out of parliament, you come out of government, you are on your own. Our situation does not look back. And like I was saying, because there's this perception that, you know, parliamentarians or former ministers or ministers have money, you find that society has this alienation. Because, okay, for one, when you're out of parliament, it's very rare to be able to get a job. So you have to say, okay, what do I do after this? Farming or creating any other business. So if you have never done that, that is part of what makes me busy, because I can sit outside and see the ducks are out there. Now, if you have nothing like that, then I have seen colleagues that are in very bad space, because I think it's the nature of society, because even if you go to a place and you are not saying you are jumping a queue. You want to find out from somebody, and people will say, "Imwe vinasira kudala imwe, bwera nchabe mwimirira ogo." Everywhere you go, you seem to have the public scrutiny on you, and that public scrutiny tends to be negative in so many aspects, and therefore it puts most people in this situation where they don't know what to do. They'll sit on their own, and sometimes you learn after, when sometimes it's too late, that, you know, your friend is actually in a bad space, and you try to see, you know, how best can we help out. And I think in a few situations we found that, you know, we've been able to get to our colleagues very late.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Your concluding remarks and maybe your words of encouragement to ladies, young girls out there who would want to aspire to be parliamentarians next year. What words of encouragement do you have to them?
I've been fortunate in that in the last, when you asked me about, I think I must, it skipped my mind, about how I've been able to overcome some of this. The last 3-4 years have seen me mentoring young women who want to get into politics. And this has been under the sponsorship of, you know, the Swiss, the Finnish, the German and USA governments have done this, the networking of young politicians and especially female politicians. So I've been put on this program as a mentor. And I have told, because most of them, you know, well, ambition is not a crime. People should be ambitious if you want to, you know what you want to do. But what has not been said to them, and which they are now, they've phoned now, a few have phoned and said, Honorable, this thing is so expensive. I said, yes, it is expensive. And it's going to get expensive as you get to the adoption period.
I'll take those as your concluding remarks, ma'am.
Well, yes.
Thank you so much. So that was Life After Parliament program today on Parliament TV and radio. And today I was speaking to Madam Honorable Angela Chifire, former Wangen constituency member of Parliament. Just like I earlier said, if you want to invite us and you were a member of Parliament before, feel free to contact us by coming to Parliament or National Assembly of Zambia, and we'll follow you wherever you are. I've been a presenter, Joe Muyundakatama, and my camera person, Smart Lungu, not forgetting Mr. Banda's transport officer. Continue watching and listening to Parliament TV and radio as we continue to bring in Parliament closer to you.
Here is an announcement. The National Assembly of Zambia wishes to inform all the candidates who attended interviews for various positions conducted between 13th November and 26th December 2025 that the recruitment and selection process has been concluded. Successful candidates have since been contacted and have been offered employment. Those who have not been contacted should consider themselves unsuccessful this time. The National Assembly of Zambia would like to thank all the applicants for their interest and participation in the recruitment process.
Just like Saka and Odegaard need to work together for the perfect play.
Rising to the occasion again.
Your subscription is also at its best when paired with DSTV Stream.
This is not a coincidence.
With DSTV Stream, you can watch live TV or catch-up box sets anywhere, anytime on any smart device. And that's just the start of its amazing features.
Are you sure?
I think this is legit.
So whenever you want to enjoy DSTV, don't forget your free companion app, DSTV Stream.
Good afternoon. It's a lovely Thursday afternoon today, 19th March 2026. Thank you so much for joining us on Parliament Television as we wait for live parliamentary proceedings at 14:30 hours. To be on live commentary, my name is Matimba Mkua.
Good afternoon. Also joining on live commentaries, my name is Muyunda Agatamajo, and we are joined by our two sign language interpreters, Chola Kauma and Jason Manda. Time now to look at the business which was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, 18th March 2026.
When business commenced at 14:30 hours, Madam Speaker did make some announcements. In the first announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of permanent witnesses of the Committee on Local Government Accounts from the Ministry of Finance and National Planning in Lusaka District. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
Madam Speaker also did recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Holy Cross Convent School in Lusaka District, and Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, did welcome the visitors to the institution.
Madam Speaker also recognized the presence in the public gallery of students from the University of Zambia Law Association in Lusaka District. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
In the other announcement, Madam Speaker informed the House that accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1763, she had made changes to the composition of 3 committees as follows: Committee on Youth, Sport and Child Matters, Dr. Elijah Muchima, MP, to replace Honorable Alex Katakwe, MP. Committee on Health, Community Development and Social Services, Mr. Elias Mubanga, MP, to replace Honorable Alex Katakwe, MP. And the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Vumango P. Musumali, MP, to replace Honorable Malama Funelo, MP.
After those announcements by Madam Speaker, 3 urgent matters without notice were raised under Standing Order 142. The first one came from Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, Mr. Chinga Miyutu, and the subject matter was on the alleged unavailability of oxygen at Lewanika General Hospital in Mongu District. This matter was inadmissible.
And Mr. Rafael Mavenga, who is Mulove's constituency member of parliament, did bring a matter on the shortage of teachers in Mulove's parliamentary constituency arising from transfers without any replacements. This matter was equally not admitted.
The last matter came from Nakonde Member of Parliament, Mr. Lucas Simumba. The subject matter was on why suspects who were apprehended in connection with the theft of bags of maize from the Food Reserve Agency depot in Nakonde District had not been prosecuted. This matter was equally inadmissible.
Thereafter, the House did consider the questions for oral answers, numbers 255 to 257, understanding order 8. These are questions of ordinary nature.
The House also considered the Disaster Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2026, which was read a second time and committed to the Committee of the whole House. And so notice was taken at 17:02 hours that quorum not formed. Madam First Deputy Speaker ordered the bells to be rung. House counted and quorum having been formed, business commenced. And so we expect a committee stage over the Disaster Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2026, to be taken on Friday, 20 March 2026.
Yes, indeed, Matimba. After that, there was consideration of the President's address. This is the motion of 24th February 2026, which was moved by Chikankata Member of Parliament, Mrs. Jacqueline Sambao, that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address. And the motion was agreed to.
We also had a subject for debate on the motion of adjournment. This was titled Rescind and Renegotiate the Terms and Conditions of Joint Venture Agreement for the Construction of a Pharmaceutical Plant between the Zambia Medicines and Medical Supplies Agency ZAMSA and Akum's Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Limited. And this motion was presented by Nkana Member of Parliament, Mr. Binwo Mpundu. And notice was taken at 18:31 hours that quorum not formed. Madam First Deputy Speaker ordered the bells to be rung. House counted and quorum having been still not been formed, Madam First Deputy Speaker adjourned the House in accordance with Standing Orders 238 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2024. And so the House adjourned accordingly at 18:38 hours. So this is business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, Tuesday, 18th of March 2026. Just now we shift our attention and we look at today's order paper.
Thank you so much, Matimba. The outlook of today's agenda of the House, simply put, order paper. We do have one motion to be moved by our Honourable Vice President, 9 ordinary questions under Standing Order 80. These are ordinary questions, and of course 2 grouped questions under Standing Order 83, and 1 bill to be considered at a third reading stage.
And so the Vice President will move a motion to suspend Standing Orders 27-2 and 123 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2024, to enable the House to complete all business on the order paper and all matters arising therefrom, and also to consider more than one stage of a bill on Friday, 20 March 2026, and on such completion, the House adjourns sine die.
Yes, so now we go through some of the ordinary questions. Understanding Order 8 here, we do have question 261 coming from Mr. Aaron Mwambazi, Bwana Mkubwa, Member of Parliament, to ask the Minister of Community Development and Social Services when the government will fund the Kangonga Production Center in Kavuad in Bwana Mkubwa Parliamentary constituency, what the cause of the delay in funding the center is, and see what plans the government has for the development of the center.
Another question, Understanding Order 80, will come from Chinsali Member of Parliament, Mr. Kalalwe Mukosa. This is question 258, and he will direct this question to the Minister of Health. He wants to find out a question in 2 parts. In part A, whether the government is aware that pregnant mothers who give birth on their way to the health facilities in Chinsali district are charged 300 kwacha upon arrival. And in part B, he wants to find out, if so, what the rationale for the charge is.
Yes, indeed, and also we do have Mr. Chingamiutu, Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, to ask the Minister of Education why the Western Province has been recording the lowest examination pass rates at a grade 4 level in 2022 since 2021, and B, what are the major causes of poor performance and what measures the government is taking to improve academic performance in the province.
Another question, question 262, will come from Chiluvi, Member of Parliament, Mr. Mulenga Fube. This question will be directed to the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. He wants to find out, in part A, how many kilograms of gold were produced countrywide from January 2019 to August 2025 year by year. In part B, what quantity of the gold above was procured and added to the Bank of Zambia gold reserves from 2020 to 2024 year by year. And in the last part of the question, he wants to find out what contributions were made to gold mining by the Zambia Gold Company Limited from January 2022 to August 2025 year by year.
Yes, so we'll get back to some of those questions, Understanding Order 80. Now we also shift our focus to look at questions under grouped questions for oral answers, Understanding Order 83. We have question 267 coming from Mr. Mukosa Chinsali, Member of Parliament, to ask the Minister of Infrastructure, Urban Housing and Urban Development, in A, what the name of the contractor engaged to rehabilitate the now Buluma Chinsali Police Office Road in Chinsali District is, what the cost of the project is, and when the works will commence, and what the time frame for the completion of the project is.
Chinsali Member of Parliament, Mr. Kalalwe Mukosa, will ask another group question for oral Understanding Order 83, and this question is still directed to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, where he wants to find out, in part A, whether the government has any plans to rehabilitate the Chinsali Mulilansolo Road in Chinsali District. If so, when the plans will be implemented, and if there are no such plans, why?
Yes, indeed, Matimbandi. Also remind our viewers that we have question for written answer, Understanding Order 81, and now answers will be provided to the Member of Parliament in written form.
And we also expect the House to consider the Banking and the Financial Services Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2025, which is coming at third reading.
Yes, indeed, so Matimba. We now get back to some of the ordinary questions, Understanding Order 80. And of course, as you can see on your screens, but our speaker's procession making its way into the chamber We now cross over to the chamber for the live parliamentary proceedings. Good afternoon.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun, oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry, dignity and peace in Zambia's sky. Like a noble eagle in its flight, Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land, Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. You're watching Parliament TV, and we do expect business has commenced. Since we don't have quorum, Matimba.
It is a requirement that 1/3 of members of Parliament must be present in the House for any business to transact, and so once the quorum has been constituted, we expect business of the House to commence. And today, Wednesday, 19th March 2026, we do expect Her Honor the Vice President to move a motion to suspend Standing Orders 27.2 and 123 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024 to enable the House to sit to complete all business on the order paper and all matters arising therefrom, and also to consider more than one stage of a bill on Friday, 20 March 2026, and on such completion, the House adjourns sine die.
Order. Honorable members, I have 3 announcements to make. The first one, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of students from Mukuba University Debate Society in Kitwe District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome the visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seat. The second announcement, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Elite Eagle School in Lusaka District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome the visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seat. The last announcement, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Sunshine School in Lusaka District. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome the visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seat. We make progress. Motion, the acting lead of government business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Standing Order 27-2 and 123 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024 be suspended to enable the House complete all business on the order paper and all matters arising therefrom, and also consider more than one stage of a bill on Friday, the 20th of March 2026, and on such completion, the House adjourns sine die.
The question is that Standing Orders number 27-2 and 123 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders for 2024 be suspended to enable the House to complete all business on the order paper and all matters arising therefrom, and also to consider more than one stage of the bill on Friday, 20th March 2026, and on such completion, the House adjourns sine die. Any debate, the acting lead of government business.
Madam Speaker, Standing Order 27-2 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2024, provides for automatic adjustment at 13 hours on Friday, while Standing Orders Order 123 prohibits the consideration of more than one stage of a bill at the same sitting. Madam Speaker, the House Business Committee, at its meeting held on Thursday, 26th of February 2026, resolved that the House adjourns sine die on Friday, the 20th of March 2026. However, the House still has a lot of business under consideration, including bills, which are at different stages. It is, therefore, necessary that all outstanding business is concluded before the House adjourns sine die. Madam Speaker, it is for this reason that I move this motion so as to enable the House complete all business that will be on the order paper on Friday, 20th of March, 2026, and thereafter adjourn sine die. Madam Speaker, allow me now to highlight business of the House that has been considered during the legislative meeting, which commenced on Tuesday, 3rd February 2026, At the time of
Order,
adjustment,
honorable members.
at the time of adjournment, sine die, the House would have sat for a total of 24 days and would have considered, among others, 5 private members' motions and about 120 questions for oral and written answers. In addition, Madam Speaker, the House considered 10 bills, while 5 annual reports from government and quasi-government ministries and departments were tabled. So far, 12 ministerial statements were issued in which government policies on various issues were explained and clarified. Some of the highlights of this meeting, Madam Speaker, include a special address by His Excellency Mr. John Dramani Mahama, President of Uganda, which was delivered on Thursday, 5th February 2026. And subsequently, the House placed on record the thanks of the Assembly on the special address by the President of Ghana. In the same manner, Madam, the House was yet honored to be addressed by the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, on Friday, 20th February 2026. The address was on application of national values and principles. As usual, the House placed on record the thanks of the Assembly through a motion of thanks, which was only concluded yesterday. From the foregoing, Madam Speaker, it's clear that the House has transacted a substantial amount of business during this meeting. This is attributed to the dedication and hard work of the honorable members. In this regard, allow me to congratulate every single member of this House, individually and collectively, for the job well done. As I conclude, allow me also to express my sincere gratitude to you, Honorable Madam Speaker, the Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker, and the Honorable Mr. Second Deputy Speaker, for the efficient manner you presided over the business of the House during this meeting. I further wish to commend the acting clerk of the National Assembly and her staff for the services they continue to render to the House. In the same vein, let me acknowledge with gratitude the important role played by the officers in the Office of the Vice President, Parliamentary Business Division, the parliamentary liaison officers in various ministries, and the entire public service in facilitating the work of the House. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Any further debate, honorable members? This is a procedural motion. So I'm just going to get 2 people. The honorable member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to support the motion ably moved by the acting leader of government business, who is the Minister of Defense, that we suspend cited standing orders in order to facilitate the completion of business we shall have tomorrow, and then adjourn sine die. Madam Speaker, I've taken interest to make a few comments because this is the very last time during this Parliament that we shall be adjourning sine die. After that, Madam Speaker, we shall just come back to come and get dissolved. So that, listen, we are teaching you. You are saying no.
Honorable member
Problem
for
you don't learn.
Shiwangandu. The honorable member for Shiwangandu, you are addressing me, not the members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These class don't want to learn. So, Madam Speaker, we shall only come back to briefly transact a bit of business before Parliament is dissolved. And the people go back now to the owners of the authority we use here, who are the people of Zambia. It's at that time, Madam Speaker, where everyone is now going to be assessed. Whether the people would return them here or people would say you retire from representing them. So it doesn't matter, Madam Speaker, whether you jump from ship A to ship B. If you haven't performed to the expectation of the people, they will still have to make a decision either to send you back here or send you back to the village. Madam Speaker, I want to just urge government to ensure that even as we consider the bills beyond one stage, we avoid what we have witnessed this time around, Madam Speaker. This is the very first time I've seen bills that have been passed from here go to for presidential assent being sent back in order for us to reconsider them. Madam Speaker, it shows serious gaps in the registration processes, because before a bill comes here, Madam Speaker, it passes through cabinet where the president is a chairperson. And therefore, we must be, as members of parliament, do our job. What that shows you is an indictment on this August House that we are not paying attention to the contents of the bill. And that must be avoided. An effective legislature should be able to do their work, send it to the president, and the bill shouldn't come back. I want to recognize, Madam Speaker, the special address we had from the President of the Republic of Ghana, who came to remind us here that democracy can only be anchored on strengthened institutions and ensure those institutions that ensure that the doctrine of separation of powers is properly observed. The executive, judiciary, and the legislature. Madam Speaker, it's on this time that we have seen the legislature being dictated to by the executive in many ways, including Mingalatos.
The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu, can you be focused on the motion before the House? The motion talks about what is going to be completed tomorrow before we adjourn Cindy. Can we be focused on the motion?
Madam Speaker, I appreciate your guidance. What I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is that consideration of bills is the main function of this institution. So if you are going to be rushing the bills on one day through different stages, we are not doing the thorough job. This government have at the time, this sitting, Madam Speaker, is dedicated to legislation, making laws. That's what this sitting is supposed to be. But why should we wait until the last day? That's when we start rushing through the bills. At the end of the day, we send the bill for assent by the president, the bill comes back. Meaning we haven't done the job. That's what that entails. And it's indictment on this executive, Madam Speaker, to take parliamentary work seriously, despite them exiting very soon. We know that they are going. And people, that's why you are not coming back.
The Honorable Member
I can see first them going very soon.
That is not in the motion about who is coming, who is not coming. It's not in the motion.
Madam Speaker, obviously we know, having been here a long time, we can see the faces of first term who don't return. You can clearly see. And they are now panicking. Madam Speaker, I just want to urge the honorable members not to start panicking at this late hour. If you have performed to the expectation of the people, there is no need to panic. Like I'm saying, if you ask my senior member there, Honorable Mchima, who have been here.
We do not debate ourselves. We do not debate ourselves.
Madam Speaker, to avoid debating ourselves, Madam Speaker, it's just important to acknowledge people who have been trusted by their citizens to be here longer. Because very soon in this first term MPs, we are going to realize what it takes for Honorable Jack Mwembu to say Unarikuri. Because It's not easy to come back here if you haven't performed to the expectation of the people. Especially if you decide to be a Rumbani Madoda, praise singer.
The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu, please take your seat. You can take your seat, the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu. I've seen that you have no more issues to talk about. You can take your seat, Honorable Member for Shiwangandu. Thank you. We are going off the motion. So because of that, we'll move to the next member. But please know that this is a procedural motion. Let's not bring in other issues. The Honorable Member for Mwembeshi. Pardon? Okay. The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Indeed, as I support this procedural motion, I would also want to just quickly comment. I just want to quickly also add my voice to some of the observations that the Honourable Member for Shiwangandu made in reference to bills. As you know, Madam Speaker, we're going into elections and there are some important bills that are coming that will relate to elections. It is the desire of us in opposition that would want to make sure that those bills come on time so that we have enough time to research on them and that we do a thorough job. We don't want this house to be reduced to be a house where people out there start having all sorts of imaginations of the wrong things we're trying to do here because politicians out there are trying to spoil the hard work we are doing here. So that said, Madam Speaker, I would also want to add, because there were a number of questions that came from the opposition that we believe the executive should pay close attention to. One of which that comes to my mind, Madam Speaker, where we believe the executive needs to go back to the drawing board is the issue of the PPPs. Madam Speaker, what we have seen happening, an initiative that has been actualized by this government seems to be taking a different course of appreciation from our people. We have heard outcries, even from the Engineering Council of Zambia, arguing that the quality of the roads that we have done under PPP is becoming questionable. People are now saying there could be corruption going on in that area. Those are serious concerns, Madam Speaker. And it is incumbent upon the executive to correct that impression. This was a very good way of trying to ensure that infrastructure, continues to go on in the midst of a debt, situation that the country was going through. At least infrastructure should have continued. But what we are getting today, where even the EIZ is questioning the consultants, it's questioning the role of RDA, it is very important that the executive goes back to the drawing board before we lose this very good initiative which has been actualized by this government. From 2009, PPP was just on a piece of paper. Today we can see infrastructure. In Kantanshi, for example, we are going to have the first modern border post at a cost of $50 million, plus the completion of Mukambo Road. Those are all kudos to the government. But with what is currently being said out there, it's important that the executive pays attention. I would like to also end on a matter that I hope tomorrow will be addressed firmly by the government. We have seen that the cycles that we have gone through in the last 5 years, from a country being plagued with debt, into the drought, into load shedding, into now a war, which we were not planning for when our economy has turned around. Government should take this opportunity to explain carefully and clearly to the people of Zambia how we will be able to sustain our energy, in this case particularly fuel. If that is not handled well, Madam Speaker, our economy will be eroded in no time. We're going into elections. It is important that the communication that is coming from government is clear. All of us want to have a good economy, whether you're in opposition or whether in government. We are all Zambians. And the sacrifices we have made in this House, especially from us, the opposition, to make sure our colleagues are on their toes, we are all going to lose if government does not take steps carefully to explain to the people how we're going to weather ourselves through this very difficult time. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, as I stand before you, a proud member of Parliament, we have contributed in the opposition to the success stories that the government can talk about today because of our collective wisdom here. And therefore, we don't want to lose what has already been achieved. We want to see a strong mining sector, which was dead in 2021, now is alive. We want to see a robust agriculture sector, which was, again, suffered because of the drought, but today we can talk about, the metric tons. My colleague yesterday from Kamfisa talked about how government should enhance, this production of maize. That's what we want to see. We want to make sure that this success story is not lost, but it's up to them if they don't communicate properly. Because in the past they haven't. You saw what they did on load shedding. I was here on the floor of this House asking the minister then, Honorable Kapala, on the load shedding. And he said, we're only going to have a deficit of about 120 megawatts. For 2 years, our economy went into doldrums because of making a statement so light. But that caused our economy to turn around, and the impression from the people in terms of performance of government, in terms of performance as members of Parliament, was questioned. We don't want to lose that in this fight in terms of this war that is going on, where supply of fuel is being is at risk, and also our exchange rate is at risk. Everything in our economy is at risk, but it's all about how you're going to communicate to the people. Thank you, and I want to wish colleagues as they go back home all the best. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The acting leader of government business, wind-up debate.
Again, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this, as you have indicated, is a procedural motion. And as such, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the two members who have contributed in support of the same. Madam Speaker, it is very strange that each and every one of us as members of Parliament thinks they are coming back, and the other is not coming back. So the buck is always being passed. We shall see if you are coming back. You are not coming back. Who are you to determine whether a member of Parliament is coming back or not? Are you the voter? Let us leave that power to determine who comes back and who packs and goes back to the village, to the voter. They have the power, and I'm sure they are very much conversant as to whom they will trust this member of Parliament as legislatures to come back to this House come August 13, 2026. So let's leave it to them and not to the individual members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, all our bills as presented were executed as per standing orders. We did not go outside the rules. We stuck to the rules and did everything according to the book. And so we wonder where Honorable Member from Shuangandu finds the authority to say we did not follow the procedures or certain bills were shortcutted. No, everything went according to the book. And no bill was rushed at all. And even when we are talking about Friday, it's a procedural thing. It has been done before, and it will continue to be done, as long as the program allows, the program by National Assembly, by this House, allows that such bills be done on Friday or whichever day that the Parliament chooses to do so. I hear the comments by the Honourable Member on the PPPs. Very, very important. This is a listening government, and I think we are on top of things, because that is a flagship program. It is a program that is definitely going to assist this country move forward. And in accordance with our social and economic agenda, we are on top of things, and things are moving. We find when we meet any challenges, we meet them head on. Just like we met the challenges of load shedding, we have met the challenges of the drought and hunger and various other challenges. This is a government that faces the challenges head on and will solve the challenges together with the private sector, together with all citizens, that are key to ameliorating some of these challenges that we face. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you for and thank the members for the support of the motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that Standing Orders 27.2 and 123 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders for 2024 be suspended to enable the House to complete all business on the order paper and all matters arising therefrom, and also to consider more than one stage of a bill on Friday, 20th March 2026, and on such completion, the House adjourns in the As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. We make progress. Urgent matters, although we are closing tomorrow. The Honourable Member for Kanfinza.
Madam Speaker, thank you once again for the opportunity to direct an urgent matter without notice to the Leader of Government Business, the Acting Leader of Government Business. And I'm happy that the one who's acting is also our Minister of Defense. Madam Speaker, I did raise an urgent matter exactly from where I'm standing regarding a road that connects Zampton to Kakolo Farm Block. And Madam Speaker, through your guidance, you did advise that I should engage the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit to ensure that we provide access to our residents who are staying in Kakolo Farm Block. Madam Speaker, even when I raised the issue, I did state on this floor of the House that I had engaged ZNS in Kitwe, I had engaged the Office of the District Commissioner, because the local authority, Madam Speaker, has no capacity to connect those two farm blocks, Zampton to Kakolo Farm Block. Madam Speaker, it's been almost 3 weeks now. Consistently, I've made phone calls to various government departments to provide access to our people, because our people need access to their farm block. And because the Acting Leader of Government Business is also our Minister of Defense, I am curious, Madam Speaker, to inquire why in other areas where we've had problems of similar nature, government has responded. Is it because there is no willingness to help the people of Kanfinza because of the Member of Parliament who is in that constituency? Madam Speaker, is the Leader of Government Business in order not to provide a solution to our people, when we've seen ZNS respond very effectively in other parts of our country where there is no connectivity? Madam Speaker, this is a serious complaint coming from this farm block where our people have no access. Madam Speaker, I seek your very, very serious indulgence. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kanfinsa, this matter does not qualify under urgent matters without notice. From what I've heard, this is an odd matter. You mentioned the 3 weeks you had contacted the various ministries, so this is an odd matter. Maybe I would advise you, just find time before you go back to your constituency to have a discussion with the acting leader. You had mentioned the acting leader of government business, so that at least you have something to tell your people. So please visit his office and have a small discussion with him. You can even move here, maybe you can discuss here while it's in the house. The Honorable Member for Mwembeshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this matter is a very serious one and is actually directed to the Minister of Health. Madam Speaker, the youths in Mwembeshi, they are ganging up to make sure that the leaders there, in fact, they are walloped. Because there have been replacements or employment of medical people in various clinics there. Now, what has happened, to their surprise, the health workers who have been volunteering all this long, just last week and this week, just to see new people coming who do not actually have been working or volunteering in the district. And the youths are up at arms that this won't happen in our district. Madam Speaker, this matter is a matter of life and death. If someone is beaten or attacked, then we start crying that something has happened. We want to know, Madam Speaker, what is happening. Why didn't the Ministry of Health put the names of those they are replacing and where they're coming from? Madam Speaker, if you can look at the transparency of the President, when he's appointing ministers, he's appointing ministers from all the provinces. Even when he knows that that place is clogged, he does appoint people from various provinces to balance. Why is it that some constituents like mine, when people are being employed, we just see some people from outside? When people are volunteering in our constituents, what is happening? Madam Speaker, I want seeking for a serious attention. Order. Come and join me.
Order, the Honorable Member for Mwembeshi. Is it part of the urgent matter that you are? So the Honorable Member for Mwembeshi, just like what I had advised the other member, please find time. Go and visit the Minister of Health so that he can advise. Is here, but I think he needs time. These are issues that are supposed to be responded to within 24 hours or so. So the Honorable Member for Mwembeshi, please visit the Minister of Health so that at least you have something to tell your angry youths in Mwembeshi. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Madam, when the Zambian people complain against the performance of government, it's justifiable. But when government complains against its own performance, then you should be concerned. Madam, slow actions piss me off. HH, we are too slow in getting things done. Madam Speaker, not long ago, the country got very surprised when the President commissioned and finished toilets in Kitu. In Kwachandinkan.
Come up again, Honorable Member, I didn't get you.
Oh, I am saying, not long ago, in this country, the country was alarmed when the President commissioned and finished toilets in Kitwe.
Honorable Member for Lunte, where did that take place?
Madam, so the statement I'm referring to is in
today's... No, I mean about the toilet, because you brought it out.
It was in Kwacha constituency where Honorable Mlenga is a member of parliament. It is in Honorable Mlenga's constituency, that is Kwacha constituency. That is where the toilets are. That's where you live. Where Honorable Mlenga Kampambali is. Madam Speaker, the Zambian people, of course, complained.
Is that true information? Was the toilet incomplete?
You are not aware, Madam Speaker?
Order, Honorable Member. We want facts here. We want facts here. The Minister of Infrastructure is not here to verify. I'll make use of the Honorable Member for that constituency. Can you please verify so that we do not waste time on a matter?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to clarify on the matter that Honorable Kafwai has just presented on the floor of the matter.
Order, Honorable Members.
I'm the Member of Parliament coming from Kwacha, where he is referring this matter to having toilets not having been completed. Honorable Madam Speaker, when the President came to Kitwe, in particular to Kwacha, he came to commission these toilets. And the toilets that he commissioned, most of them, I think about 80%, were actually functional. So when he mentions that these are not functional, he's not telling the truth. This is my constituency. I actually go around to inspect the progress that has been made.
The Honorable Member from Kana.
And I can confirm, Madam Speaker, that most of the toilets are actually functional. Of course, there are issues to do with a few because of resources that the ministry is actually trying to look around to send it to the company responsible, which is in Kana Water and Sewerage. And as soon as...
Order, the Honorable Members on my left. Order.
Madam Speaker, the number that is incomplete may be just about 1 or 2%, but most of the toilets have actually been complete.
Okay.
So the number is actually negligible.
Thank you.
So he's not actually telling the truth to say the toilets are not complete. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Members. Order. When was this commissioning?
Madam Speaker, these toilets were commissioned almost a year ago. And they are functional.
Thank you. Honorable Members, please, let's have order in the House. That matter, I have understood it from the Honorable Member for Kwacha. The most important thing about these urgent matters without notice, there are issues that are supposed to have happened 24 hours and need government attention. You've brought an issue that happened a way back. It doesn't qualify. But why did you bring it? Order, Honorable Member for Lunte. The urgent matters without notice, you are supposed to bring them up within 2 minutes. But you went round and brought an issue that happened, yes, I don't know whether it was last year. So already, no, but the matter that you brought about the toilets. Order, Honorable Members, I think we make progress. Questions for oral answer, understanding order number 80. The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I ask my question, allow me to commend the Honourable Member for Kwacha. He's an honest man who has confirmed the importance of the UPND government. Madam Speaker, question number 258.
The Honourable Minister of Health. Order, order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Member for Chinsali. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chinsali to ask the Minister of Health in two parts whether the government is aware that pregnant mothers who give birth on their way to the health facilities in Chinsali district are charged 300 kwacha upon arrival, and B, if so, what the rationale for the charge is. Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. Part A, yes, the government is aware of the reported charges imposed on mothers who deliver on their way to health facilities in the Chinsali district. Part B, Madam Speaker, I'd like to inform the House that the Ministry of Health does not charge for home deliveries, as government policy promotes free maternal services and facility-based deliveries. Madam Speaker, investigations revealed that the said charges were informal, community-driven penalties imposed by local leadership to discourage home deliveries and were not paid to health facilities. Madam Speaker, I wish to further indicate that the Ministry of Health, through the Muchinga Provincial Health Office, has since engaged traditional leaders and other stakeholders on alternative deterrent measures. Additionally, efforts are ongoing to improve access to maternity services through the construction of health facilities under the Constituency Development Fund, CDF, and the deployment of community-based volunteers to encourage and support facility-based deliveries. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Supplementary questions. The Honourable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Minister of Health, for the answer you have provided. Madam Speaker, I think here, all of us here in Parliament will agree, we can agree that as who are coming from rural areas, the way our health facilities are, they are in such a way that there are some villages that are far. So for our mothers who are going to deliver from the clinics or from the health facilities, they have to cover a long distance. So I would like to find out from the Minister of Health, who has indicated that these 300 kwachas that are charged to pregnant mothers who deliver before reaching the hospital are community-driven. So I would like to find out, why is it that the government has allowed this situation to happen where these pregnant mothers who deliver before they reach the hospitals or the clinics, rural clinics, are charged 300 kwachas, yet we know that the distances that they have to cover are far? I would like to get an answer to that question, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stated that the Minister of Health does not actually encourage that. Why? Because we have free delivery of our mothers who are expecting. So that is a program that is community-driven by the local leaders in order to discourage home deliveries, because there's a tendency of women delivering at home, which is unsafe. So the local leadership made their own arrangement to make sure that those mothers who deliver at home And if they take long to reach the hospital, they are trying to penalize them. And that is the arrangement. However, coming to the other additional information which I can give my colleague, is that what has been done so far to address the situation, the Ministry of Health, through Muchinga Provincial Health Office, has engaged the Chinsali District Health Team for their key stakeholders, the Royal Highness, for example, Chief Nkweto, village head persons and committees, who actually impose these informal penalties and impose them on pregnant women with the aim of trying to stop them, as I indicated. They have been ordered to immediately stop that. So the government is not condoning that, and they have been ordered to stop that through engagement. Madam Speaker, I also wish to further add that the Provincial Health Office has continued to engage Chinsali Town Council through the CDF committee to include construction and operationalization of the following maternity annexes and health centers: Nkweto, Kampemba, Shimuyinda, Nashinga, Chungulo, and Choshi in Chinsali constituency under the 2023-2025 CDF funding, which enhances access to free maternity care for expecting mothers in remote areas as the vast Chinsali, and generally in that constituency, Madam Speaker, where expectant mothers walk kilometers in some instances to reach health facilities. And to crown it all, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health has recruited a lot of community health-based volunteers, such as the Safe Motherhood Group, SMAGs, polyvalent community-based volunteers, and some posted to Mchinga and 8 districts, and Chinsali inclusive. Madam Speaker, we are encouraging and who are actually encouraging these mothers and escorting them up to the health facilities where safe delivery is done. And so I do encourage my colleague, the Honorable Member of Parliament from Mchinga, to make sure that he works with the local leadership and also the local authority to expedite the construction of these health posts and the maternity annexes, which have been done by the goodwill and good policies of this government. And the visionary leader, our President of the Republic of Zambia, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Kalalwe, you talked about the importance of this government. Did you know that important people like salt too much?
The Honorable Member from Pika, are you addressing me or the member for Chinsali?
Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chinsali talked about the importance of the UPND government. I was reminding him that actually important people like salt too much.
Is that a question?
Madam Speaker, my question to the Honorable Minister of Health, who I should take this opportunity also to congratulate him on his appointment as Minister of Health. Madam Speaker, the ministers answered a very pertinent question from the MP for Chinsali. And his answer does not address the real issues on the ground. Madam Speaker, I need your protection.
You are protected, but please go straight to your question.
My question to the Honorable Minister of Health is, what are you doing as a ministry, apart from the issues of CDF, the same CDF that you send directives every day to go by the whole amount? We have a problem not only in Chinsali, the entire province. Our people are walking long distances to go and find the next health facility. And that's the problem. Madam Speaker, you think you've done anything compared to PF?
Honorable Member for Pika.
You've done literally nothing.
Honorable Member
What
for
have you even
Pika.
built? Toilets.
You may take your seat, the Honorable Member from Pika. You may take your seat. The Honorable Member for Mukushi North, South, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I raise my point of order, I want to congratulate the UPND government and UPND party for realizing that, in fact, PF had good members of parliament and that they are able to poach some so that they can be endorsing them. So we have plenty of them.
What is your point of order?
We have plenty of them. We'll give you more
What
so that
is
they
your
continue
point of
endorsing
order,
you.
Honorable Member for Mukushi
But
South?
it will not help them. Madam Speaker, my point of order is the Honorable Member for Honorable Minister of General Education.
Order. Order, the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sport and the Honorable Member from Pika, take your seat. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South, please proceed with your point of order.
We respect marketeers, Madam Speaker, but don't spoil the name of marketeers. This Minister of Sports, Honorable Khan, we know you are coming from the market.
For Mukushi South, you may take your seat. Take your seat, please. You are not ready for your point of order. The Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The continuum of care linked to maternal health, Madam Speaker, includes prenatal, it also antenatal and postnatal. Madam Speaker, the question that the Member of Parliament for Chinsari asked the Minister.
Order, the consultations are too high. You may continue.
Yes, the question that the Member of Parliament asked for the Minister, it is a question of justice, equity, and many other things, which are also values, national values in Article 8. Madam Speaker, my question is that the mothers that have been charged 300, in terms of radius coverage for those antenatal services I've mentioned, the prenatal, antenatal, and also postnatal. They are expected, before they give birth, to be going and be checked. And most of them go at a time when they're in panic zone to go and deliver because they are vulnerable and they really have nothing to do but to go to the hospital. They ration on money, they ration on transport because of distances. Now, the question is, the Minister confirmed that that money has been gotten and it's not mainstreamed through a government receipt in the government system. Is that true? Maybe.
What
yes.
is your question, Honorable?
Yes, I wanted him to confirm.
No,
my question
what
is that
your question?
Since that money is not mainstreamed in the government system and these mothers go to seek that urgent measure out of vulnerability, what is government doing in terms of reducing, this radius for maternal services, apart from relying on CDF? Because CDF can build buildings, but they cannot furnish properly all these maternal, maternity annexes. I have asked my question.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, once again, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. Madam Speaker, if my colleague has been following, just about 2 days ago, I was handing over equipment to the Lusaka Nursing School, and these equipments were donated by the SEED Global Health, and these are partners. Madam Speaker, we have a number of partners who are more than willing. They have all the monies. Some have come on board, and they have actually committed to helping communities. And I implore my colleague in Chinsali and also in Chiruvi, who is not listening, that as members, we can always collaborate as we market our own districts and provinces. I have done that. I have been to Kansanshi Mine, where I lobbied for a construction of a clinic in my constituency. and they have done that. Right now, they are equipping that facility through my efforts. So that does not limit any member of parliament engaging other cooperating partners to do that. Madam Speaker, we know that the distances in our rural health centers or rural communities cannot be reduced. However, through the enhanced CDF for this year, we encourage the members of parliament to work with the local authorities to make sure that they prioritize areas that are far-flung and provide the necessary maternity annexes, health posts, and clinics. To add on to that, Madam Speaker, right now as we are talking, we have other partners who are actually in the process of procuring the tricycle ambulances, which will be distributed in rural health centers like Chinsali, like Chilubi, so that those motorcycles can be mobile and be able to help our mothers who are expectant. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The last member, the Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, what has happened is that because of this community-driven approach where they wanted mothers to be encouraged that they should be delivering at their clinics and they should be charging them 300 kwacha in an event that they delay to reach the clinics, it has resulted in a situation where those members of the community who are pregnant and want to deliver, they realize that they are late. They end up not going to the hospital to deliver from there because they are afraid of being charged a 300 kwacha when they reach the hospital. So my question to the Minister of Health is that why is it that the government has delayed to come up with this measure that you have indicated that the government is going to talk to community leaders and traditional leadership to inform them that they need to stop charging these pregnant mothers when they fail to reach at the hospital in good time when they are going to deliver. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, thank you for that follow-up question. Madam Speaker, it need to be noted that that was a community-driven initiative and not the government. And therefore, there was no need, like the other member who asked that there is no government receipt. Madam Speaker, there is no delay because the ministry only responds based on the information that reaches the ministry. So this initiative or this investigation or the message came at a time that the ministry had no information of what was going on in the constituency that honorable member represents. So when we received that information and the investigation started immediately because we have a coordinated approach with our provincial health directors, the district health directors. So that information was now fed back to the local authority there and also the health directors at the facility to make sure that that arrangement of community-driven charging or penalties immediately comes to an end. And that is a message that we are passing. So there was no delay. It was just a feedback depending on the time frame. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Next question, the Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Question 259. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Lufeo Ngoma, Member of Parliament for Lumezi, Parliamentary constituents, is asking the Minister of Energy in A, whether government has any plans to facilitate the opening of fuel filling station in Lumezi district. In B, if so, when plans will be implemented, and in C, if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. Yes, the government has already facilitated the construction of the first ever fuel filling station in Rumezi district in line with the New Dawn administration reforms to promote private sector participation in the development of energy infrastructure. To this effect, the Energy Regulation Board approved a site for construction of a fuel filling station by Oasis Oil Zambia in October 2025. The approved fuel filling station is currently under construction and is expected to be operationalized by the end of second quarter of 2026. Madam Speaker, plans are there as indicated in A above. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, I wanted to sincerely thank the Minister of Energy. As the people of Lumezi were contemplating about the fuel station, the fuel station had already been approved. This is a station that will really save the many people in Lumezi and will be the only filling station between Rundazi, Ochipata to Rundazi. We had no filling station. Honorable Minister of Energy, I want to thank you on behalf of the people of Lumezi to have approved this filling station. This is how responsible government is. We are very grateful and we hope that many other investors will come because of the peace and tranquility of this nation we are undergoing now. I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this. Honorable Minister, thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Energy, anything?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lumezi, for acknowledging the good policies of the New Dawn administration under the able leadership of Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, and we will continue. You can imagine, Honorable Madam Speaker, Lumezi, ever since Zambia got independence, they have never seen such kind of an infrastructure. But because of the good leadership and the good policies of Mr. Hakainde Hichilema under the New Dawn administration, today Lumezi, this year, are expected to have a fuel filling station in their district. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member for Chirubi.
260, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And allow me to thank Honorable Minister for Energy for also giving the people of Kaputa a filling station for the first time in the history of this nation, ever since Zambia was born. It is in this government that we have seen a filling station in Kaputa. Madam Speaker, allow me also to introduce myself, that indeed I'm a very proud marketeer from Tisokone Market. Very proud, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the marketeers of Tisokone and the marketeers of Zambia for making me who I am now. I thought I should declare that one. Very proud. I was not only a marketeer, Madam Speaker, I was also the president of the Zambia National Marketeers Association. I was also, Madam Speaker, the president of the Alliance for Informal Economy Associations. Madam Speaker, I was also the international secretary of StraightNet International, a global organization for street and market vendors in the world. So you need to understand. Some of the members on your left, Madam Speaker, were my members at Sokone Market. I will not mention you, but I know you. So I thought I should say that. Madam Speaker, we can be first-timers, but we understand the processes of how to enact laws. When Parliament does everything, or National Assembly, it goes to the President for a signature. So when the President takes it back here. These are procedures.
The Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, it is important for us to respond to what was said. This is the only opportunity that we do have. This is the president who understands that when you have 10 children and one child complains, you need to listen to that child so that you do the right thing. And this is what the president did. In fact, I'm happy saying for the first time, we have a president who listens. Whenever there are some concerns, he brings it back to the National Assembly. What else do we want? So I'm happy that someone
You may now
talked about
proceed
that.
to the question.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker. And what makes our colleagues on your left, Madam Speaker, to think that they are the only ones who interact with the citizens? We also interact with the people of Zambia. We know who may come, who may not come back. We have first-timers who are deep-rooted in their constituencies. We have senior members who cannot come back.
Order,
like the one in
Honorable
Shuangambi,
Minister.
can't come back.
Order, Honorable Minister.
It's just our time to respond.
Order, Honorable Minister, and order, Honorable Members. The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts, you are supposed to respond to question 260. But there was a long debate before responding to the question. May you please go straight to question 260 and make your response to the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. We need to be responding to this. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Fube Mulenga of Chifubu constituency, of Chirubi constituency, Chirubi Island, is asking the Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts the following questions. In A, whether the government has any plans to provide the following institutions in Chirubi district with sports equipment and attire. Is asking this government to do that. Thank you very much. In one, we is saying Chirubi Mainland Boarding School, they are looking for this. 2, Chava Secondary School. These are the areas that I know, Madam Speaker. 3, St. Charles Luanga Secondary School. 4, Mayuka Secondary School. 5, Muchinshi Secondary School. 6, Chirubi Nursing School. In B, Madam Speaker, is asking if so, when the plans will be implemented. And in C, if there are no such plans, why? Our response, Madam Speaker, the honorable member may wish to note that government does not have plans to specifically, and underline specifically, provide sports equipment and attires to institutions mentioned above. Nonetheless, government through the recently launched Rural Sports Development Program has plans to provide sports equipment and attires to communities, faith-based organizations, schools, sports academies, colleges, and universities. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that institutions, indeed also members of Parliament, may request for support of sports equipment and attires, to which the ministry may consider. In addition, the Member of Parliament may wish to note that the ministry has devolved the community sport program to the local authorities, where MPs, communities, and institutions may also request for support of the equipment and attire. Like right now, Madam Speaker, ZIMBA Secondary School requested for sports equipment, and we have given them through the Minister for the province and the Member of Parliament for ZIMBA. So upon request, that could be considered. In B, Madam Speaker, there is no specific time
as when the plans will be implemented. However, the Member of Parliament may note that implementation will be done when the Ministry launches the Rural Sports Development Program for the District of Chiluvi. In C, Madam Speaker, as stated in A above. I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Chiluvi.
Madam Speaker, I would like to first thank the Minister for the response. Indeed. The last time equipment was provided through government in different schools was 2019. And this question was motivated out of the fact that the equipment has gotten obsolete. Some of it is no longer there. Having said that, Madam Speaker, the Minister has talked about a grant that has no specific time, and the launch of that rural sports something which has no specific time for Chiluvi. But I've seen the Minister going around and launching these programs. I would like to find out from him that since he's launching, and I'm sure he has personnel from his ministry who has got a schedule of when Chiluvi could be launched, and maybe Northern Province, I'm sure maybe would be tackling. He has launched in his constituency, if I'm not mistaken. There is distribution of such. So now, given that, Madam Speaker, the Minister, I want him to give a definite period on when the Chiluvi one would be done, since this is an ongoing project, and it has already started, meaning there is a calendar to reach. So when is Chiluvi going to benefit? Because Chiluvi is part of Zambia. So when is it going to benefit from the same?
The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member would want me to launch something that he doesn't understand. Going by what he has said, that he is saying that I'm launching something like meaning he doesn't understand something that he would want me to launch in his constituency. Mm-hmm. So the best he can do is to come to the office and understand what I'm about to launch, instead of just going there to launch something that he doesn't understand. Number two, we indeed launched the Rural Sports Development Program. This is in order to bridge up the gap, which we have seen, especially in our rural areas. The way it is stated, Rural Sports Development Program, there is a gap when it comes to access to sports equipment. That's why your government, Honorable Fuwe, came up with that initiative of launching such, so that our institutions, like communities, boarding schools, nursing schools, can also have that access to what we are doing. But I would want to urge you, like I said in my response, don't wait for the launch. If you have a request, I said upon request, let us be very progressive members of Parliament. That's why I also like those that would want to stand on UPND ticket coming from your side, because they have seen what we are doing, initiatives that we have done, interventions that we are putting in place. So they have no option but to see that this is a progressive political party. Let me stand on this party. And I want to thank them for that particular decision. So equally yourself, when you have that issue, make a request. Definitely you'll be considered. I've just said that I've given sets of jerseys to ZIMBA Secondary School because they requested. So please help your people by requesting to this well-intentioned initiative. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chiluvi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me also declare that I'm a very honest human being. Let me also declare that I've engaged the Minister before, and he responded, no, not to the scale that we expected. However, Madam Speaker, all we need to find out is that specifics are very important. When we look, he's talking about engaging. I have listed those schools. I want assurance from the Minister that if today, me as a Member of Parliament makes that request for Chiluvi boarding school, for St. Charles, for the nursing school, and the like. Of course, I don't expect heaven and earth. He is catering for a lot of people. We will be guaranteed that that request would be given, as it may be. That is my request, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts, and Assurance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the government that would not want to make a lot of assurances on the floor of the House. Like what they did, our colleagues had more than 100 plus assurances, which they couldn't fulfill. More than 100 assurances, and they couldn't fulfill. So we don't want to be like them, because I'm on record, Madam Speaker, of saying that every credible leadership is measured by its capacity to fulfill promises. So that's why this government is very credible, because out of all the promises we made, free education, we have fulfilled almost everything. That's why we remain credible. Sometimes I even wonder why people are saying, though they are going into the second term, yes, we agree. There we agree. So, Madam Speaker, answering his question, I will not give him that assurance, apart from the assurance that he can get is when he requests. I know he has requested about 2 times, and I've responded positively, though he is also saying that the response was not to what he expected. When you request, you don't expect to be given everything. You need to be thankful, Madam Speaker. That's what I'm saying. So just try to request. Try to request. Zambia is big, Madam Speaker. We have 116 districts, and I'm aware we have launched in about 4 districts, including where I'm coming from in Kaputa. We have launched it. In Mongu, we launched it. We have launched it in Solwezi. We have launched it in a lot of districts, about 4 or 5. So by the time we are getting to Chipiri, obviously, I may not be able to give you an exact time when this will be launched, because I believe even in Rufunsa, they want me to go and launch. So we'll give you that schedule when we know that we have the resources. But I want again to tell you that please request. Maybe you may be lucky that you'll be helped. So, Madam Speaker, there will be no assurance that we can make on the floor of the House, apart from saying that your government will make sure that it touches every corner of the country. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, let me take this opportunity to thank you for reminding the nation that the country has moved from the time when a president would proudly announce to the nation that he was signing laws without reading them and with his eyes closed. And therefore, now that we have a president who reads and understands and refers back to this House sometimes, the nation should be very, very happy with that. Minister, we know that you've been going around the nation empowering youths through many other forms, including supplying sports attire. Can you assure or confirm to the House and through the House to the nation that the empowerment program that your ministry has embarked on, which has been well received throughout the country, especially the provinces where you already have been, will continue into the future, even after this government bounces back again in bigger, the stronger numbers after August the 13th this year? Would you give that commitment to the nation? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that follow-up question. And I want to thank you most sincerely for acknowledging that indeed we have a president who you cannot just take things to without reading and the signs. He always interrogates everything. Yeah. Where you feel needs some polishing, you come and polish. Yeah. And thank you. That's the president that we do have. Madam Speaker, in fact, I'm excited that I've been reminded that Northern Province, we have not yet given the empowerment funds, sports equipment to Chirubi, for instance, because Chirubi is in Northern Province. We have given Kaput and Nsama, so we'll be proceeding to Mporokoso up to Mpulungu and then back to Chirubi. So, Honorable Member, you've been helped. That's why you need to follow these things. When we get into Chirubi, as we give the empowerment funds, we give motorbikes, there is a component where we give sports equipment. In fact, it's 20. And the Member of Parliament is also part of those programs. So would want, if this indeed is very urgent to you, to also include the schools that you've mentioned. Then as we give those 20 sets, 20 footballs, then they'll be able to be included. That's why it is important to interact with us, especially on this side. You know, you've just been helped by Honorable Member for Luena. So maybe you can also go and talk to all these institutions that as the minister comes to Chirubi, and that will be before the dissolution, I'll be there to make sure that they also benefit from all these empowerments. This is the only government that have gone to these young people, where a minister will interact with the young people in Chirubi, in Kaputa, in Shangombo, and empower them without segregation, where members of parliament from the opposite section are able to partake also in the empowerment programs that we have seen. I remember when I was in Muchinga, I interacted with Honorable Sande Chanda. I also reached out to Honorable Kampiongo to be part of the ceremony as we were empowering these young people. So I was very excited that indeed this is a government that is very inclusive. It does not segregate. That's why you should thank us, Honorable Kampiongo, for always just be interacting with people like yourselves. And I know it was very difficult that time, but now, very simple and straightforward. I congratulate Honorable Kampiongo for working with us. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. What is your point of order, the Honorable Member for Shiwangani?
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 71. Madam Speaker, I'm sitting here quietly, listening to the Honorable Minister lamenting, only to hear him congratulating me for something I don't know. And his business insinuating that me, I'm a recipient of whatever he has been distributing, which I don't know, Madam Speaker. Is in order to mislead this August House and the people of Shiwangani, Madam Speaker, who were waiting for him. And he disappeared. We don't know where he took whatever he brought for the people of Shiwangani. Is in order, Madam Speaker, to put me in this very awkward position where he's congratulating me for receiving nothing from his office. I think you're really seriously worrying, Madam Speaker.
I'm sure it was on a lighter note, and the new cousinship that has developed, maybe it was in those lines. So we make progress. The last member, the Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Chirubi has asked a very important question regarding the distribution of soccer equipment in selected schools.
Sports.
And Madam Speaker, this is where the nurturing of talent in the discipline of soccer starts from. Honorable Minister, early identification of talent is very important in as far as building a national
The Honorable
soccer team
Member
is concerned.
for Pika, it does not say soccer equipment, it says sports equipment.
Sports equipment, Madam Speaker, I appreciate. Honorable Minister, why don't you have a deliberate policy of compulsory distribution of sports equipment in schools in order to promote talent and also early talent identification? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you very much. That's a nice one and very sober question. Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, what Honorable Member has said, I want to thank him for that important follow-up question. Indeed, if we have to have a brighter future for sport in the country, we need to invest very much in what we call developmental sport. Very important. This is the more reason why we have made interventions, Madam Speaker. Right now, we have what we are calling youth games. The youth games, we are drawing athletes from different districts. They come up with a district team, which now competes at the provincial level, and then we come up with a provincial team in all disciplines, Madam Speaker. I'm sure in April we'll be having youth games at Mwanawasa Stadium in different, about 14 disciplines. So that tells you that indeed we would want to build momentum. We also want to develop sport at the tender age of our children so that we have excellence at the end of the day. But when it comes to the sports equipment, but maybe even before I go there, Madam Speaker, and you've done well to help me so that people understand football and sport. Because whenever we are talking about sport, what comes into a lot of people's minds is that it's football. But Madam Speaker, you might be aware that this country, for instance, had minted 250 medals last year, jumping from the 40 medals that used to be minted by our colleagues in PF. They couldn't go beyond 40. When we came into office 2022, we went even to 300. So we've been moving. Last year we had 250 medals minted through different disciplines. Only to see that football had to bring only four medals. So the all 246 medals came from other disciplines. So I want to appeal to the citizens through his question that sport is not only football. Sport, we have volleyball, basketball, chess, and even draft, pool. So we have so many. So when we are talking about sport, we're not talking about football. Madam Speaker, this time around, sport has really grown in this country, looking at the medals that we are minting both at local, regional, and international level. I thought I should mention that. Now, coming to what Honorable has said, indeed it is important. That's why now, as we are launching, when we come to launching in Pika, the Rural Sports Development Program, we are going to incorporate schools. For you, you are even like Honorable Kapianga that I gave some football jerseys to, there's a school in that famous village. There's a Chitorika, but there's a school there that we gave sports equipment. So we have really started doing that. But I want to appeal to members of parliament. It's upon request. And I know members of parliament here will be able to bear me witness. Those that have requested, I think I've really tried to make sure that I avail this sports equipment to them. So upon request, definitely we'll be able to give out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 261.
The Acting Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa, who has asked the following questions to the Minister of Community Development and Social Services. A, the Honourable Member wants to know when the government will fund the Kangonga Production Centre in Kavu Ward in Bwana Mkubwa Parliamentary Constituency. B, what the cause of the delay in funding the center is, and in C, Madam Speaker, what plans the government has for the development of the center. Madam Speaker, our response is as follows. In A, I wish to inform the Honourable Member and the House that government funds the Kangonga Production Center through the Zambia Agency for Persons with Disabilities ZAPID. However, the center, Madam Speaker, is currently non-operational due to its deplorable state, which requires substantial resources to rehabilitate it. Efforts to revamp the center, Madam Speaker, are ongoing, and this will be done in a phased manner, using funds from the income-generating activities being undertaken by ZAPID in the initial stages. Under B, the delay is due to the inadequate funding to the Zambia Agency for Persons with Disabilities, as the grant they receive from government is insufficient to cover the procurement of modern equipment and the rehabilitation of infrastructure necessary to revamp this very important center. And in C, Madam Speaker, government through the Ministry of Community Development plans to support the development of the center through resource mobilization under the Presidential Irrigation Initiative. And this initiative is expected to generate funds to revamp the facilities under ZAPID, including the Kangonga Production Center. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the Ministry is in the process of engaging the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development to explore ways of utilizing the Constituency Development Fund, the CDF, towards revamping the center as well. Specific plans for the center include utilizing existing infrastructure, particularly warehouses for poultry production. This venture has been assessed as a viable and suitable for persons with disabilities, as it provides manageable tasks, sustainable skills development, and income-generating opportunities. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions? The Honourable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, Acting Minister. Madam Speaker, I wanted the Minister to clarify, not too long ago, Madam Speaker, last year, when Honourable Elvis Nkandi was the Acting Minister of Community Development, on the floor of this House, the Ministry did give an assurance that 6 million will be funded to the aforesaid Kangonga Production Center, 600 kwacha will be for meter separation, and the remaining amount will be for starting of production. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for that follow-up question. But Madam Speaker, without getting to that matter of what was mentioned, what could have been mentioned or was mentioned on the floor of the House, I just want to clarify that the funds that ZAPID receives to support all including emoluments, administrative expenses, and indeed support to the many projects that they run, such as including the Kangonga one, is limited. For that detail on the 6 million that could have been mentioned as a separate amount, that information would be made available to the Honourable Member as to what happened to that particular one, which is outside what the ZAPID receives. Just to mention, Madam Speaker, that for this year, the grant the ZAPID have received amounted to $23,961,640 just to say it again, 23,961,640,000 kwacha, of which this amount, 19 million, and in excess of 19 million kwacha, is specifically for emolument. And the balance, 4.6 million, 4.7 million kwacha, is reserved, even though it is also not adequate to cover all the other administrative expenses. This is the money that was provided for this year. And as you can see, Madam Speaker, the honourable member would appreciate that even what is in the administrative port is not adequate, because we all understand the current financial or physical constraints that government has in all the different sectors, that we won't get what we wish for now, but in a phased manner, we know that we are moving and improving year by year. Madam Speaker, I want to assure the honourable member also, if to go by what the young people, one of the young people sang when we were at the Youth Day, Chile One, who sang about Ego One, that Ego One, an ego looks in all places, and Ego One, as assigned to our president, we know that he's got an eye in every sector, and this particular sector, community development, is one of those that has received a lot of attention. And we've seen by the numbers, we've seen this by the numbers that have gone into the social cash transfer that has expanded extensively, sana in there. And that in itself tells us that Ego One is looking at how we can revolutionize the productive systems in the country, including Kangonga as one of those productive systems that our people living with disability would benefit from. And so there are measures that are being undertaken beyond what could have been mentioned earlier, that in good time the honourable member will know about, that will take care of this productive system that we cannot relegate, because we know it means lots. It has a lot of value for our people living with disability in Kangonga and the other locations of the country where we have similar facilities. I thank you.
The honourable member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's disheartening that when we ask questions on the floor of the House and you're given an assurance, Minister, an assurance was given. If there was no budget line, there were no those aspects, the government shouldn't have given an assurance. Because now what it looks like, it's like now we're looking at the budget for Zapid, which that this similar question came again. And an assurance was given. People of Kangonga have given an assurance that you'll be funded. The meter separation shall be done. But now us going back and start giving a different submission, I think it's not correct, Madam Speaker. If an assurance is given, government should come back and say what has transpired, why they've not funded, not to come with a different answer on the same question, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want the minister to clarify, because on the floor of the House, 6 million was announced, 600,000 was going to go for meter separation, which we told the people of Kangonga, and the rest of the money, they were going to start the production. The facilities are not in a deplorable condition, Madam Speaker. I come from that area, and I do understand what I'm talking about. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the minister clarify over the 6 million kwacha? I thank you.
The Acting Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable. And I understand, Madam Speaker, the importance of this particular facility at Kangonga to the people in that area that are serviced by this facility. And where a commitment may have been put across on the floor of the House, definitely we know that the ministry will not look away. The ministry is working and will work to ensure that beyond what may have been mentioned at that time, which I've said, put across to the member that we will investigate that and get to understand where it has delayed and revert back to you. But I would like to say to the honorable member, like I said, that this government, under the leadership of President Hakainde Hichilema, would never leave people living with disability behind like every other Zambian. And this government is not a government of promises that will never be pursued to the conclusive end to deliver to our people. For that, and I know the honorable member is aware that where we focus on an issue, we propose something, should there be a delay, we still go back and ensure that we get ourselves back on track. And this is why, at the end of the day, we've got the different instruments, tools for sharpening the productive systems, which I keep on saying productive systems, which include Kangonga. It's a productive system for business development. So through the different mechanisms that are in place, we have an SME ministry, we have PPDF, we have PPDF, we have also the PPP committee. All these are areas that we look to gist out a solution to every one of the problems that is coming through, because we are in a hurry. President Hakainde Hichilema is in a hurry. That's why we see him in the different parts of the country. Today he's in Nakonde. He was in the Northwestern Province. He was in Livingstone. And he makes these pronouncements which cover, yes, Ego One. And the same musician sang Alevomba. He would never look away. And when I say he will never, it is through the ministries, including the Ministry of Community Development. So I can only assure the honorable member that this issue is being attended to. And if that budget is available, has been mobilized, we will be able to inform. But we are looking at, in many places, in many ports, including a sustainability plan for programs or installations or indeed these facilities such as the Kangonga, so that we get them to deliver, so that all of them are in operation, all of them are delivering to the optimum levels. So this, I want to say to him that this facility will not be left behind. Ministry of Community Development is busy at work looking at different options, which include what I've just tabulated, to ensure that we attend to that. I know this project is at the heart. The honorable member is very passionate about this project, and we are working with him. He will not walk alone. I submit.
The last member, the honorable member for Kasama Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for the response, even though it's actually sad to hear about the limited resources that are given to ZAPID. ZAPID actually countrywide has a lot of work, and I think as a parliament, we need to look into funds that are allocated to ZAPID so that more can be done. Honorable Minister, you have spoken about all hope not being lost, but then working at the Kangonga Production Center in a phased manner. Honorable Minister, what would be the estimated cost of the project, and how would it be broken down, the phasing of how it would be constructed to completion? I submit. Thank you.
The Acting Minister of Community Development and Social Services.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank Honorable Member for Kasama. The projected figure is 7,634,412.96. And the breakdown is as follows in summary. Madam Speaker, there's a human resource component under this, and there's water reticulation and a type of 4-tier cages for chickens or layers, and there's pullets at point of lay, also budgeted for vaccines, disinfectants, feed costs, layer mash in particular, renovation of infrastructure, and meter separation by ZESCO. So there are elements in here, particular budget costs for each one of the lines, and this is what comes to say approximately 7.5 million kwacha. I thank you.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Question 262, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Chilubi wants to ask the Minister of Mines, A, on how many kilograms of gold were produced countrywide from January 2019 to August 2025. B, what the quantity of gold above was procured and added to the Bank of Zambia gold reserves from 2020 to 2024 year by year, and what contributions were made to gold mining by the Zambia Gold Company Limited from January 2022 to August 2025 year by year. Our response is as follows, Madam Speaker. In 2019, gold productions in kilograms, 2,123.05. In 2020, 3,672. 2021, 3,641. 2022, 2,683. 2023, 1,962. 2024, 3,161. And from January to August 2025, 2,377. Madam Speaker, the quantity of gold procured and added to the Bank of Zambia's gold reserves from 2020 to 2024 year by year were as follows. 2020, gold procured, 47.8. 2021, 811. 2022, 861. 2023, 704. 2024, 450. These are kilograms. Madam Speaker, Zambia Gold Company Limited made the following contributions to gold mining from January 2022 to August 2025 year by year. Gold production in kilograms, 2022, 19.8, 2023, 28.44, 2024, 16.3, and from January to August 2025, 8.63. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope that I got the minister very well, and I hope that the others that you mentioned, starting with 47.8 for 2020, were in kgs, not grams. If that is right, then I can be asked to go ahead. Madam Speaker, I have noticed the trend that the years that from 2020, for instance, I would demonstrate that 2021 had 3,000 something that he talked about, but later on, the quantity is reduced. Same applies to the contribution on ZAMGOD. The quantities have reduced. I think he has ended up with 8 something kgs. But Madam Speaker, this is a period in which we are discovering more gold, as in terms of the countries discovering more gold. What contributes to this downslope trend? When we have more gold in the country, the gold is going down. Maybe the minister may answer me in that line.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, Honorable Member, you need to realize that a larger part of this, of these figures is coming from Kansanshi. And in 2021, in fact, 2020, 2021, Kansanshi was almost exiting Zambia. And because of that, coupled also with low grades, so their production actually went down. So it's as a result of the animosity that was there between the government then and Kansanshi, which is first FQM, who are actually were about to exit Zambia. Now, when you look at the figures in 2024, you realize that because of the confidence in the economy, FQM said they are not going anywhere. But also because now the formalization process has begun, because we have not yet, Madam Speaker, hit the peak in terms of getting the results from the formalized gold miners. This is when systems are being put in place. What you are seeing mostly now is what the Kansanshi mine contributes. Of course, during this same period, you realize that is the time this government decided to shut down Kasenseli because there was just confusion there and not proper mining. So, of course, Kasenseli was contributing a little bit, but not to the scale that we would have loved. And this same period, it's the time that we shut Kasenseli. So all these were factors. So in mining, Madam Speaker, usually the negatives or the positives of any production in the mining sector, you are going to see the consequences after a period of time. So what you are seeing in decline is not because it happened in that very year. It's because certain wrong things happened, which now became a consequence. It's like today, if you affect production of any big mine, Mopani, you may not see the results this year, but the consequences, you'll see them maybe a year later or even 2 years later, because you will have made wrong choices, you are not developing. So these are consequences of certain wrong things that were done in the previous years. Exactly. So this is why you are seeing what you are seeing this today. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister talked about different portions, starting with 47.8 being 2020, if I got him right, 811 kgs. That is for the reserve at Bank of Zambia, because this mineral was declared that should be part of the reserve. How much gold do we currently have at Bank of Zambia as part of the reserve? In total for all the years that you talked about.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. That is now, Madam Speaker, a question for the Bank of Zambia, because I came to give what you asked. So if you want to know now what reserves we have at Bank of Zambia must be able to give us those figures. And if a question came on the floor of the House, we will ask them, and we wouldn't know as a ministry what Bank of Zambia is having today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, as we ask, please let's refer back to the question, which is asking about figures. How many kilograms, what quantity of gold, what contributions were made year by year, which were stated by the Honorable Minister. So as we ask questions, let's stick to the question on the floor of the House. Is it a second question?
Questions so far. The minister has stipulated year by year, and I gave a period of the quantities I wanted. I think it's not difficult and it's not complicated for the minister to give me up to the August 2025 the quantities that are at boards. That is all I want.
He will take that into consideration as he answers the next question. The Honorable Member for Chipiri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, we have heard the statistics that you have given to this August House. But I want to find out something. The Ghanaian president, when he addressed this nation and this National Assembly, he had given a very good speech, very good address, the way they are managing God in their country. What is it that we can learn from that speech, from that address as a state, so that we improve managing our God in Zambia? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, that is also a misplaced question, because we are not talking about management. The member wanted to know the quantities, year by year, the figures, nothing about management. Anyway, the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes, indeed, the speech by the Ghanaian president was very good, as well as the presentation of President HH to this House on values and principles. And he talked about how we are dealing with artisanal miners. I want to tell you, Honorable Member, that for the first time in this country, we have a properly formalized gold subsector. And we are moving in that direction. It was a lot of confusion where we are coming from. And I wonder, Madam Speaker, how you can compare what was and what is. To an extent of somebody calling a government impotent, when the opposite is actually true. Because, Madam Speaker, who is potent and impotent between one who grows an economy to negative 2.8% and one who grows the economy to over 5% in 4 years? So you can say, if there are two women, Madam Speaker, this one who is throwing in the negative has failed to make this woman become a mother. When, no, allow us to speak. You had your field day. Madam Speaker, I need to speak.
The Honorable Minister, just for the sake of respecting women, maybe you can use another example. You can come up with another example.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a person who is potent and a person who is impotent, one who is going in reversing the negative is actually impotent. The one who is going in the positive is actually potent. So, when you bring out some of these things, you are making us, please don't tell us, you are causing us to speak about them because you are raising issues here where you call us impotent, who also call you by your names. Because you took this economy to negatives. Negative 2.8%. Numbers don't lie. This economy had a python called debt. For the first time, the Zambian economy defaulted on paying debt. And we became a basket case. Because of impotence of the leadership that was there. Now today we have potency, strength, vision, methodical, potent government led by one President Hakainde Hichilema. And here we are. The economy is growing in the positives. 2.5 million children are back in school. That's the way to go. So those 2.5 million, we are going to end up like Tokota boys. There is a school feeding program.
Meaning what, Honorable Minister?
Madam Speaker, they are eating. So let me answer him, Madam Speaker. When actually Ghana and Zambia, we sat together, we exchanged ideas. There were some things that Ghana learned from us. There are things that we've learned from Ghana. And that is why very soon we are going to bring a bill of an agency that will be similar to the Gold Board in Ghana. But meanwhile, we are training our artisanals. We have trained so far 500 cooperatives, not human beings alone. Cooperatives, so meaning those cooperatives have human beings in them. And those human beings could be a minimum of 50 to 100 people, multiplied by the 400 just only in the Northwestern. Yes. We have done so in Mpika. We are doing so in Lusangazi. We are doing so in Vubwi. Yes. Next week we are going to Southern Province. We are touching every area of our country. In Mapatizia, we are going to train them. We are rolling out this program. In fact, yesterday, Madam Speaker, my PS was launching a manual of training artisanal miners. Zambia. It has never been there, Madam Speaker. So, we are teaching the impotent to be potent. That's the way it works. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chiruvi, do you have a point of order?
Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order because this is the House of Facts. The member of the minister, who is the Minister of Mines, was asked a question on God and the like. He has dodged most of the questions. And he is referring to the economic growth of 2.8 versus 4. Madam Speaker, since this is the house where we provide evidence, if the Member of Parliament here can read the foreword of the 8th National Development Plan, written by the President, signed by the President, who attributed the fall of economy to corona and admitted in there that the effect that made that particular trend in the economy is coronavirus. And the minister here today is telling us that it's impotency of economic management. Is he telling me that the president, in his forward for the document that feeds into our budgeting, which is the 8th National Development Plan, was wrong? Is he in order to purport that the president was lying when he said in the forward of such an important document that the fall in the economy is attributed to coronavirus? I rest my case, Madam Speaker. I would like to have a ruling on that one.
The Honorable Member for Chiruvi. This is our final year, and you were there in the previous Parliament. Surely, how can you raise a point of order in that manner? You are supposed to be very specific to the issue. Where there is a breach that has occurred. But you debated such that even me, I was lost in the process as to what the issue was about. So the Honorable Member for Chirubi, next time when you are rising on a point of order, try to be very specific. Your point of order is not admissible because you debated the point of order and you were not specific. The last member, the Honorable Member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, I am just surprised that members of Parliament are discussing impotence in this House. Madam Speaker, you wish to know that impotent people are given enough
The Honorable Member for Nkana, I think when I called on you to ask a question.
Yes, Madam
A
Speaker.
supplementary question, not to debate on another issue. We are now looking at question 262 under supplementary questions. What is your supplementary question?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I was asking a supplementary question, except I just wanted to help the Minister who was responding that salt is given to impotent people.
No, Honorable Member for Nkana, please ask your supplementary question.
In the response, Honorable Minister, and I hope at some point before we close or we adjourn, or rather Parliament is dissolved, it would have been, guys, you're making noise. It would have been nice for you to come and give a very comprehensive statement as to where this gold is being produced, because you said year by year, if I followed you from 2020 into 2024, we are producing in excess of 2 tons of gold almost on an annual basis. Madam Speaker, one of the things we've learned, like my other colleague said from Ghana, is how they are managing gold, namely that every gold that is being sold is sold through a board, the gold board. I just wanted to find out what the position of the UPND government is in how we are managing this resource. Because, Madam Speaker, when you look at...
Time is up.
You need to behave yourself.
The Honorable Member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, he needs to behave.
Order, Honorable Member for Nkana. Who is Ndochi? Can you please translate what you've said?
Madam Speaker.
Can you translate for the sake of the House?
Madam Speaker, honestly speaking, have you listened to what these guys are saying?
I heard what you said, so I want just the translation of that so that I can make an informed decision. I don't know what that means. Can you translate?
Which part, Madam Speaker?
The part that you mentioned in Bemba?
Son of a witch.
Who is the son of a witch? Okay. Honorable members, as the time is 6:41, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a healthy break.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliamentary Television. Business of the House has been suspended for a 20-minute healthy break, and we expect business of the House to resume at about 17 hours. And the House is considering questions for oral answer under Standing Order 80. And under consideration is question 262, which has come from Chilubi Member of Parliament, Mr. Mulenga Fue. And this question has been directed to the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, where he wanted to find out a question in 3 parts: how many kilograms of gold were produced countrywide from January 2019 to August 2025 year by year. In part B, what quantity of the gold above was procured and added to the Bank of Zambia gold reserves from 2020 to 2024 year by year. And in part C, what contributions were made to gold mining by the Zambia Gold Company Limited from January 2022 to August 2025 year by year. And the Minister has already responded to this question. And at the time business was being suspended on the floor of the House was Nkana Member of Parliament, Mr. Binwo Mpundu, who had just finished posing a question to the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. And so when business resumes, we expect the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development to respond to a question that has been posed by Nkana Member of Parliament, Mr. Binwo Mpundu.
We now look at the business which has been transacted on the floor of the House so far. Business resumed at 14:30, and Madam First Deputy Speaker did make some announcements. she did recognize the presence in the public gallery of students from Kuva University Debate Society in Kidwe District, and Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, did warmly welcome the visitors to the National Assembly. The other announcement, Madam Speaker did recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from elite Eagles School in Lusaka District, as well as pupils and teachers from Sunshine School in Lusaka District. And Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, welcomed the pupils and teachers to the National Assembly of Zambia.
After those announcements, the acting leader of government business in the House moved a motion to suspend Standing Orders 27.2 and 123 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024 to enable the House to complete all business on the order paper and all matters arising therefrom, and also to consider more than one stage of a bill on Friday, 20 March 2026, and on such completion, the House adjourns sine die, and this motion has been adopted. And the House has so far considered 4 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 8. So far this is business that has been considered on the floor of the House. Just now we go on a break. We'll be back at 17. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Here is an announcement. The National Assembly of Zambia wishes to inform all the candidates who attended interviews for various positions conducted between 13th November and 26th December 2025 that the recruitment and selection process has been concluded. Successful candidates have since been contacted and have been offered employment. Those who have not been contacted should consider themselves unsuccessful this time. The National Assembly of Zambia would like to thank all the applicants for their interest and participation in the recruitment process.
Kukoma kwake kuli mtengo, kwera ni mitengo, muzadi ezipaso, nazo mbalami, zizadi azipaso, bani mkango, nazo njovu, na wanyalubwe, ala nyalubwe, chigome, ehi yonse, mwami yenye, ehi yonse, wakalenga mwami. Sonde yeye kwampele sansane chiwote kutula kumikoa nesha mfumu kalise ngoma nebo kalise efibumbwe fityakulumba yeye babemba bakulumba yeye nembilishi shakulumba yeye na ya malamba yakulumba yeye ehiyose mami yeye ehiyose Suga busimuli mwatuzela bataga ababona bajibize ngo bayunya mijira ndabona juru kupegemene minyanga ituba kuluma munyama mwami yose wangalenga mwami inwatate chikome kome ndinwatate tatiko lino ndinwatate chikome kome ndinwatate tatiko lino ndinwatate.
My eParliament mobile application. My eParliament is a mobile application developed by the National Assembly of Zambia in order to bring Parliament closer to you. You can download and install My eParliament from App Store or Play Store. Once installed, you can raise your concerns, provide your input, opinion and feedback on various projects or decisions being made in your constituency. On My eParliament mobile application, you can listen to Parliament Radio. You will have access to parliamentary documents such as bills and acts which are considered in Parliament. You will also have access to National Assembly social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. You can also watch parliamentary debates live on our YouTube channel. Download My eParliament now. My eParliament, bringing Parliament closer to you. My eParliament mobile application. First, download the app on either Play Store or App Store and install. After installation, open the app. Step 1. Register your personal information, that's your names, gender, NRC and date of birth. Step 2. Add your contact information, your email, phone number and home address. Step 3. Select your constituency. Step 4. Create your 4-digit PIN. At this point, the system will send an SMS to your mobile number with a one-time passcode. Step 5. Confirm with one-time passcode that was sent to your mobile. Step 6. Sign in using your phone number and the 4-digit PIN. And Step 7. Create your submission and submit. My eParliament, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Here is an announcement. The National Assembly of Zambia wishes to inform all the candidates who attended interviews for various positions conducted between 13th November and 26th December 2025 that the recruitment and selection process has been concluded.